Hello, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday the 2nd of August 2023. Let's try this for a second time. I've just launched the stream and had my PC do that thing where it dies, which is the second time it's randomly died playing this game. It seemingly is a random thing with it dying like that, but twice in the same game is a first. So soon together as well. Bit concerned. Something about good company causes whatever this problem is. Still don't know what causes it, but hey, we're back. We'll get launched back into the game and we'll keep our fingers crossed that the computer doesn't die for a third time. Hopefully. Anyway, we're in. We were launching the machinery mission. Let's start it up again. Here we are. We have heard all about this already. We are learning that conveyor belts can feed machines, and that sounds like a really good thing, as they seem to be useless without them. We read all this, but this is new. Policies interacting with machines. Machines need to be loaded with materials through conveyor belts connected to the input slot, or by logistics employees. So still might be a case that logistics employees are better than the belts, even with the machines. Machines can store the materials for up to 10 items, and they can store 10 finished products. But you need, logistics workers or conveyor belts to kind of keep things moving, I guess. Makes a lot of sense. Need to add a metal processing machine to this to complete the automated belt making function that exists here. So I set that to be making conveyor parts. Job done. Automatically detects the input and output and connects the production line accordingly. Okay, if you say so. We'll have a hard time finding employees willing to work at a remote facility at the top of Mount Besterist. Makes sense. We will handle everything with machines in this mission, apparently. If we can do it, why not? Product assembly needs employees. Also, machines are not cheap, and they have an upkeep. That's concerning. Oh, there is like a little happiness thing. That's new. Maybe we've done these missions in the wrong order. Interesting. Heard about a charity for children in the news. Chance to do some good. We're going to make a virtual pet for some reason. Sounds good. Need to design a virtual pet. Oh wow, we've got lots of unlocked options already. What are we looking for here? Style matters. Display fidelity and battery life without being too heavy. If style matters, then how about a stylish case? Or even the polished case, that's like really good. Don't want to overcomplicate things though, do I? If the machinery is kind of expensive, we want to keep it kind of simple. This is wooden case plus refined wood. Wooden case is wood. Stylish is wooden case plus wood. Refined wood is wooden chemicals. It's not too complicated, I don't think. Let's try a polished case. It gives us lots of style, which the expectation is 0, so we're just going to make more money the more stylish it is. An aquarium, dino egg, or cubie. I kind of like the dino egg look. Can go with that. Yeah, bubblegum pink is nice. Let's have that design. That's all good. How about a name? Hyper Thingy number 1? No. Smart Pal? Wild Buddy Diamond Edition. Sounds good. Let's make one of them. What do we need? So we don't need a motor. Don't need it to go anywhere. It's a virtual pet. A display. Matrix does a 1. So we could overbuild that as well. Keep things simple. Just have 2 of them. We're overbuilding by quite a lot doing that. But if it works, then keeps things relatively simple. Data transmission we don't need, just battery life for now. Just get 1.5 from a double battery stack, so 2 of them will get us the 3.0 we need. There's no real reason to overdo it. This gives us the 5.0 market appeal, plus extra money from over designing. Have we just done too much maybe, especially for a starter one? Could wind it back a bit, simplify by just having stylish case. Or even just the wooden case adds a bit of style. If everything will fit. Which it won't. I do like the idea of keeping it more simple. That ticks all the boxes, just adds a tiny bit of style, so a tiny bit of extra money, and would be much simpler to make. To begin with, that's probably a good idea. I mean, we could even simplify it like that, fill every gap, use the even more basic LED arrays, get the battery life, the display fidelity and the style bonus, full market appeal. I think that works. I'm happy with that design. I love it, so cute. Got a big starting budget, but it'll be difficult to get new employees, so we've just got the 5 they're giving to us. Is that the deal here? If you hire more, it'll just cost a lot. Okay, so automate as much as possible, but if we make a ton of money, it won't matter. We've also got splitters and mergers for the production lines. This is interesting stuff. Which, yeah, splitters and mergers do the things that you'd expect them to do, I'm sure. They can control what direction things come from and go in, and it looks a bit complicated. We'll have to fiddle around with it a bit. I still don't get how you prevent a backlog on the belts. You need the input and the output to be perfectly balanced rates, or it will back up and stop. I don't know. Maybe we'll leave this going and see it in action. I'll just pause things for a minute and we can get the kind of lay of the land. Let's look at business development. We've got a bunch of stuff. Everything they've talked about, everything we've seen in previous missions, yeah? Analysis desk. Machines. Pick and place machine as well. There's nothing particularly new. All makes vague sense. Research-wise, we've done all the cases, but not all the chassis. Skipped one of the battery cells for some reason, but there's more to unlock there, and so on. So we should get some research up and running. Maybe let's make some money first, perhaps, and then when we're stable, get the research running. Market-wise, there's none to unlock and there's only virtual pets, so money making could be difficult on this mission. Keep an eye on that, but virtual pets do seem to be quite, and I was going to say quite valuable, but the profit margin doesn't seem great, so I guess we'll see how that goes. Maybe something will unlock later in the mission. We'll be able to get more money. Okay. Interesting stuff. Let's see. Check the goals. So we're not going to start analysing. Might make modules, but maybe not. Increase our net worth by 20 grand. Seems a simple one to get done. That would reduce cost of equipment by a bit. Be nice. Sell 200 products. A total sum of 2 feature values. Have a total sum of 2 feature values or higher. I don't know what that means. Total sum of 2 feature values. Like the feature values here are a total sum of 5, is that what it means? And we need a 2? Oh, down here, feature value, 4.5. Right, so that needed to be a 2, but we've got 4.5, so that seems like it'd be pretty easy, and it will increase demand. That might not help us much, but there we go. And produce virtual pets. We're going to be doing, so let's get that one enabled. Those 3 are good options. This will cause every product to make research data for every half processing power when it's made. I assume we're going to add processing power to our virtual pets later, and then that'll be relevant then. Cool. We've got this building. This is kind of in a not the best position. Maybe we'll move it around a bit. Bit scared I'll break it in the process, but we'll see. We have a massive other building. Absolutely huge, but no delivery zone. So we would need things moving back and forth. You know, conveyor being the obvious option there, although I'm not a lover of that. Yeah. We'll see how it goes over time, but I'm curious. So let's do some of the math here and see if I think it's going to be okay. So at this point, every 0.1 day. Wow, that's quick. Very quick. Need 4 gears and 2 rods and 6 plastic. So the gears in the same time frame, we're making 10. So overproducing by 6. And the rods in the same time frame, we're making 10. So overproducing by 8. The plastic is bought in hundreds. So, but it's bought every day. So we're overproducing by 4 in this time frame. So those things are not balanced. This splitter, metal goes right and it goes straight on. The buffer size, this is interesting. It's the amount of stacks this conveyor element can store. Higher buffers allow for more conveyor throughput, but you have to pay for the materials that go into them. If you reduce this amount, it may be that conveyors do not work properly. The system does only push items forward if the next conveyor element can store everything that's currently between this and the next element. Right, so this buffer lets you hold. Right, that's how it works. So you need, the longer the belt is, the bigger the buffer needs to be to ensure each stage moves quick enough. Long belts without buffers have a very low throughput as things are travelling. The buffer, splitter, merger, automatic retrieval and storage all have buffers in them. So it will not leave the pallet unless it can be put into this splitter, which holds 3 stacks of plastic, which is expensive to start with. That won't release the plastic onward unless there's room in the next one. And if the next one metal goes in, plastic goes around. At this point, we're really buffering 3 stacks of plastic in every one of these. It's very expensive. Hopefully that was done before the mission started. Yeah, it was, so we don't have to worry too much about the cost of it. And then, yeah, plastic rods go forward, gears. So at this point, gears are coming in. Oh no, because they're coming in from the side, they take a right angle journey. That makes some sense. Rods take a straight journey. And then 3 stacks of rods are just kept here for no reason. Don't know what that means, why that's there. Not going to fiddle with anything because they seem to think this works. But okay. So this buffer won't release any gears unless this is ready to take them. And this holds, it told us at the start, but I've forgotten. It holds a few, like, was it 10 items worth of goods? So release them in. When it releases the plastic from there, it'll take some from there. Although with the rate of production, a big buffer probably needed here. With slower machines, a smaller buffer would make sense. Okay. It makes a bit of sense to me. Not a huge amount, but a bit. I've just noticed my inventory has machine parts as well. I guess you need them to make machines like this. You have to have machine parts being made as well. Added complexity, but sure. Puts the conveyors that are ready into my storage. I increase space for them a bit too. Okay. Curious, a bit complicated, but understanding the system a bit better in this mission compared to the last one, so fingers crossed it's all good. We can likely make this starter one in this room. I don't have to worry too much about the logistics, but as I say, we could do with moving all this. You know me, and moving everything before I get started. Can I just pick up? No. To delete and rebuild conveyors, it's awkward. Where do I want to move it to then? If I move it into this corner and we work over here maybe? Yeah, probably best. One goes there. Not so sure now. That was a gap of 1. Don't place it like that, do we? We go to conveyor like that. Away there, that's 2 away, although I don't know why. I guess to line up the other side, makes sense. Though it could come this way, couldn't it? Or maybe the Maybe this can't go straight onto the splitter. It needs a 1, maybe. Might make sense. This is kind of in the way. On that there. That's its output, so we put that there. Yeah, it looks like you need a belt in between any element. Can't just go directly in. This is a bit awkward as hell. When you delete a section, it becomes a build tool, not a continuing to delete tool. But I guess they weren't intending for people to rip this apart. There. Move that into location 2. That in as its output, and now just rebuild all that belt. Is that right? Can it rotate like that? Yeah, that works. Cool. Wrong way round. But the arrow seems good. I think it might have worked it out. Good. In there, and then the last bit joining. No. Oh, that worked out as well. Yep. It has done itself. He might now be stuck, which I didn't think of getting him out of the way before we built around him, but maybe we'll just have to fiddle with things. I assume that's like cleared all the buffers out. No, they moved with it. Good. But there are any stock here and not here. May not be buying materials quick enough for it to matter. Interesting. Can I put these in the buffer as well? No. Really? That's a shame. Can't take them out of my inventory into the buffers. Or into the machine. Yes. Good. Well, that is full. Okay. Got a bunch of rods I don't know what to do with. We'll leave them there for the time being and move on. Let's set this up. What can we do then? Is there like no point in making Tinker Table because we know we can't get it done? We only need 3 things, so could we not? Just out of curiosity. Sure, we can refund them. Wooden case. The LED array. It's a simple one, right? Where is it? There it is. Made from electronic parts, yeah. And the double battery stack is perhaps a bit much. That also needs the battery stack making. There it is. So can we assign someone to each of them? And we should have, I think, 1 person free to do logistics. And myself. I haven't seen myself on this map yet. Or is it too cold? Have I not come up here? Oh, there's another building. Okay, again, without a delivery zone, so we can see where this is going. And another one with a delivery zone. Okay, should have looked around more. Zoom out a little. So there's a small one with a delivery area here. A couple of doors. There's a big one with a big delivery area here. One in the middle. Another little one there. We had lots of options we could have done. Never mind. Next thing, or next time we need to scale up or whatever, we can go to a different building. Silly me. Let's get the pallet in. Maybe get these organised a little better for what it matters. A few little shelves around the place. Is that, what's different there? Ah, that's should be there. Maybe that'll help. We need wood, electronic parts, chemicals and metal and plastic. A lot of things. Plastic, metal, electronic, wood, chemicals. There we go. Add a rule for the finished Wild Buddy Diamond Edition. And let's sort the zones out. Yes, so we'll have a new one over here, which is Salamander Zone. No, that is a Lupin Zone. And that's going to become conveyor part production zone. And magpie zone is virtual pet production zone for the time being. It needs... Yeah, I am around somewhere. I'll assign myself to help with the logistics for the time being as well. Pause. Don't know why the floor is bright blue currently. There we go. No, it's still highlighting the zone for some reason. Something wrong with the courier routes? Product is required as but it's not supplied from anywhere, will it? Oh, we need... Ah! Silly me. We need to actually assemble the finished product at the end. Which we're going to need. If I take the logistics person, you come do assembly at the end, and I will do the logistics for it all. Move that there, move that there. Let's have an extra shelf in here. See how that goes. It's a start, you know, we can start selling something, hopefully. Hopefully. This guy is stuck, so let's help him out quickly. There we go. He can get to work as well. Made a wooden case, a battery stack. We are making an LED array. Gradually. It's a lot slower than this stuff is for sure. It's going to make a lot of conveyor parts very quickly. Well, I don't want him to keep throwing staff at me because I have to pay them and we're not really making money. Inspector Yang is here. They are evaluating our machines. Okay. What's going on then? Remember the benefit of policies. Nope, never heard of them before. Most policies can't be applied to machines unless they specifically say so. Okay. It does, with the happiness score and the mention of policies there, it does feel like the missions are meant to be played in a different order. But they didn't force us to, so, you know. What can we do? We got a bunch of people. We should make more virtual pets, I guess. Or make them faster, or something. I said there'd be a shortage of people, but now I have too many. I don't know what to do with them. Just deal with full stacks of them for a bit. We have space over here for more. Sorry, in here for more rods. There we go. Some. Okay. What can we do? We can add in more of exactly the same stuff, I guess. Let's have a look at the market. We could sell a lot more than what we're making, obviously. So it's probably worth scaling this up. Should we move it to another building then, just to keep things simple? Even if it was a small building, that might make sense. I'm tempted to move it to the very big one over here for... Though we might want to save that until we're actually using machines and really go in for it. Let's move them into a little building nearby. Keep things simple. Move that to the middle. Start moving things around a bit. Spread them out because we're going to add more. Should look at the correct ratio first and then scale up. I hope that people can walk through the big doors because I've kind of blocked the other ones off. We'll see how that goes. Oops. Move all this around. And then we'll go back to the zones and tidy them up. So Lima? Whatever. We're renaming this zone. Virtual Pet Production Zone the old virtual pet production zone. We'll just rename. In fact, we'll probably just remove it. Why don't I extend this one all the way over the whole thing? That'll get rid of it, and then assign a couple of idle people to go do logistics over here. And then look at what we need. So we're producing assemblies every 2.44 days. That's not great. It affects happiness somehow for some reason, whatever that's about. 1 case to 2 battery stacks to 3 LEDs in that time frame. All these made on a 1 and a bit day. Okay, so the happiness is affecting that. How do I get happiness up? We needed to do the happiness level first. I don't know how we get it up in order to counteract that slowdown. Is it something simple like, I don't know, decorations? They're not here. Do we not have decorations in this mission, maybe? Not sure. Hopefully it won't matter. Let's just work on the unrounded, unaffected numbers. So this is 1 per day, this is 1 per day, this is 1 per day, taking from 1 per day. So it's 1 desk is 1 per day. Keeps it nice and simple. So assembly is every 2.3 days base. So if we called that 2 days, it'd be okay. 2 assembly benches to the benches we've currently got. So there's that. Get a job there. If we wanted to increase, we just double everything we've got, or upgrade the benches. We have been given a lot of money to start with, so we could have 2 more assembly benches if I've got the staff. If we upgrade all these benches to double the speed, there we go. And then we could have 4 more assembly tables if we added 4 more benches. So we need 8 more people to do anything else, which I'm certain we don't have. So everyone else who's idle, which is just me, is going to do logistics. Okay, so here's what we've got. Better or worse. Get things reorganised a bit better. Preferably without blocking the doors, but we'll see how that goes. Other way around. Let's do that. Then the shelf as well. I seem to always overdo the shelving. Maybe we'll do a little bit less this time around. Where's the middle? That's there. Block that door. See how that goes. That should make, what, 2 per day? Although I've been rounding numbers here and there, so maybe not great. Suddenly people are happier. I don't know, is that because I gave them a job, or... Oh, here we go, happiness. Space per employee in zone, so they're not very squished in here and they like that? Don't know how. We'll learn about that in the future, I'm sure. Let's not stress about it. I like knowing things, obviously. I don't like playing a game and not knowing what's going on, so a bit frustrating there, but you know, we'll see. I'm sure we'll work it all out in due time. Speed time up. Is there something going wrong here? No, it doesn't look like it. But people are unhappy again. Fickle, aren't they? Am I making the arrays quick enough? Oh, because it's not 1 of each, it's 1 to 2 to 3. That changes things a lot. So we're making enough cases, but we're not making enough of the other things by a long shot. Okay. Let's work that out. Chemistry table we need, so it's 1 to 2 to 3. What are these made in chemistry tables as well? So another set of them and another set of them. Okay. It's going to make them a bit of a squish from the looks of things. They're not as happy. Oh well. And we'll need to move things around again. Let's put all of assembly over here. Let's put all the batteries over here, maybe. No, there's more. We'll work it out. Let's get them set up. And the staff is going to be an issue, but we'll look at that in a minute. We may have been given enough money to just automate the whole thing right now, but not so sure about that. We've got the machine. It's also 100 coins a day, which is quite a lot. And they inherently make the work zone less happy. So it's best, I guess, to have them in a room that doesn't have people in at all, if we can. Like fully automated makes sense because it makes people unhappy. But they are very fast. We have a metal processing machine and a pick and place machine. Neither of them can make a wooden case, for example. So unless we can research and unlock that at some point, it might be a case of making some parts in a different building and shipping them over to a final assembly or something like that. Not sure. Leo, hello. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Nice to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. Out of curiosity, what is the cost to hire? Oh, their salaries are the problem. Are they? 20 a day. 20 a day, and over here it's saying they're going to be 100 a day. So if I hire someone, they are 100 a day. So the free staff it gave me are 20 a day, but the ones I hire in are 100. So I think we don't do that. We try and make do for a bit until it gives us some more free ones, maybe. This one is making a raise, if it could. Okay. How do we do this then? We balance things out better if 2 of the assembly people are reassigned. 1 into LED arrays, 1 into basic batteries. Could do with another person doing advanced batteries. So let's take 1 of our logistics people, put them into the advanced batteries. Just going to move the tables we're not using. Just put them next door temporarily. Hopefully bring them back soon. Move, let's do batteries down here. For now, shelf there, and then set up a little cell here. We can block that door. Not the best layout in the world, but it'll do. I'll just give them an extra shelf because they're doing a few different things. Okay. So that'll be slightly faster than it was, but not quite right. I need 4 more people and maybe an extra logistics person to help. We'll see if we get any more free people after we sell these 20 virtual pets that the current objective is. Fingers crossed. No, we did do company goal. Quarter hasn't finished, so we're not benefiting from it yet. But we have succeeded in 1 already. That's nice. Market-wise, we're selling, or we have sold 5 in a day, 5 in a week. We can do 52, so yeah, long way. Could do there. Still curious about maybe machining some of this. So the metal processing machine, coil, rod, engine, gear, conveyor part, metal part, mechanical, none of that helps us. None of that helps us. The pick and place machine can make the LED arrays, and that's about it. So our batteries can't be made by machine. Yeah, like again, it's a kind of what's the point kind of thing. We're going to have to set up a lot of hand production because the cases can't be made by machine and the batteries can't be made by machine. Can we unlock? What can we unlock? Assembly refinement? What is that? Don't know what that is. These are like the policy things, right? Which I don't know what they are, how they work. We may have to just ignore them for a while. Small case machine. So that's a machine that can make cases. So we need to get research and progress points, and we can get the machinery we need to automate the whole picture. A modification document has some irregularities. Oh dear. What's going on then? What has Linda been up to? Modified the output of machines. Overproduction of modules. Okay. We did get a whole bunch of free people. This concerns me that our progress in the mission is costing us. Like, this is 20 coins per day across all these people. We need to get them to work. Mondo, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Mondo and raiders. Oh, some plate up. I see. Is it? No, it's tomorrow, isn't it? Some thing is happening? Some plate up thing? Were you preparing yourself? Then there, we want to move these tables back in. Yeah, free week, which is an interesting choice. Tiny teams means a free week of... Sure. Maybe an update. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Update could be cool. Depending on what they add. Could be cool. That there on a shelf there. Clearing up the saves and doing a coffee. Fair enough. Sounds good. Sounds good. We're I'm not really sure what we're up to yet. The game is desperately trying to make us like conveyor belts. I'm still not convinced yet, so we'll see how this mission goes. It's also confused me a bit. It had like a branching path in the campaign map, and I went down one path, and the mission now has this like happiness thing, and some hinting at these policy options, and they haven't taught us what they are. I think they're on the other pathway. So it's a bit like they put a branching path in and they shouldn't have. So I'm a bit out of place on this mission so far. We'll see. How are we feeling today? Yeah, all good. All good. I was sick for a day and that was it. Then I was all good again. So yeah, I mean, food poisoning is the obvious likely option there, being a very short-term thing. Let's add another logistics. What have we got? We've got 3 more people currently doing nothing. We don't really have space to do anything different. What are these guys? I don't have enough shelf space from the look of it. A whole bunch in there and they can work it out. A 1-day sickness. Yeah, weird one. Don't know what caused it, because everything that I ate on Sunday, then I was ill on Monday. I ate the same meal on Tuesday and wasn't ill afterwards. So I don't know, no idea what caused it. Just, you know, one of those random things, isn't it? Can't account for it. Shouldn't have eaten that poison. Good point. Should not have eaten the poison. Probably did not help things. I also had that fun, I don't know if you've seen, there'll be double pings in the Discord, I guess. My PC did that random dying thing when I started the stream today, like 5 minutes in. Which is weird. Still don't know what caused it, but it's happened twice with good company, so a bit concerned. Appear to be making a profit out of this, which is a bit unusual. I'd like to be making a profit before we start doing the analysis, but we do have 3 spare people who could do analysis for the progression. These guys are complaining about not having enough arrays, but that might be a happiness affected thing. Very not sure. We're producing a good amount though. Don't think we want to mess with that. Interesting. Missed 2 pings. It might have not been 2 pings. I might have got back online quick enough. I'm not sure. I don't really know how to tell. From my side, from your side, you can see whether there were 2 VODs or 2 pings on the Discord, or you know, if you've got it running, whether not like this screen stays up the whole time. From my side, I can't really tell whether I went live the second time quick enough. I don't know. Let's set up a little analysis. Let's we've got enough real estate, we might as well use a separate room. Let's get ourselves we've got 2 analysis desks. So analysis desk 1 analyzes modules up to tier 5. Analysis desk 2 higher tier stuff, which would get research done quicker, I guess. Well, we've never really had a problem with the speed of it in the past. It's been more than quick enough. So let's go with a level 1 desk. Something a bit balanced. Maybe we do 2 things to stay balanced. 2 basic things, can we? I don't think anything basic does for the tier 2 points. No, not really. So a mixed one then? LED array isn't bad. Does both points in equal measure and it's simple to make. Very simple to make. We could do that. Or the double battery stack is a bit short on the second points, but a lot of the first ones. Let's do that. Pretty sure that's what we did before. Double battery stack. And we'll want 2 electronics workbenches. That's kind of overkill. Let's go with 2 tinker tables. Battery stack and double battery stack. Just move them around a little. I really want to block the door though. There? There? No, don't like that. Them in the corner. That desk next to them. Put a shelf there. And maybe another one there? Maybe? Although that's, yeah, not going to work great. But the pallet can actually go forward one, can't it, and overlap? Goals. So we've got the bonus. Equipment's a bit cheaper now because we've done that one. Let's commit to the next profit-related goal, see how that goes. Gonna go sort out some food. No worries, Mondo. Nice to see you. Enjoy your foods. Let's assign people here. Lupin zone will get renamed to analysis or research zone. And we don't. I need an idle guide, so virtual pet production. Let's me come over here. Might hurt that side. I'm not sure if 2 is going to be enough people there. Let's see. Let's assign me here. We also need a research desk, and I don't have someone to staff that. Research desk, there we go. I don't really want to pay those 5 times the cost, so... should we switch 1 person off here? Still not really making profit, so I'm reluctant to do it, but I think... Well, we don't need the research to progress. The objective is just to analyze. So, yeah. Let's not research yet, because when we do that, maybe they'll give us some cheaper people. I do need to buy the materials, don't I? Plastic and chemicals. Is that it? Plastic, chemicals, and metal. Then we want to add a rule for battery stacks here. Selling them, because it's to sell 200. It's analyze and sell 200. I thought analysis was destructive, so they do the analysis, we get the points, and the module is destroyed. I think that's the case. So when it says analyze and sell, what does it mean? Analyze 200 and sell 200? Analyze 200, job done? Or, because then they would say analyze or sell 200. We're going to have to get them to analyze one and then work it out. See what happens. Okay, they are analysing one, and we've got 1 out of 200. So it's, yeah, it's like they were talking about something about the machines making a surplus of modules, and they want us to either analyse or sell that surplus of modules. Analysing makes the most sense as far as I'm concerned to get the research points. So it should say analyse or sell 200 modules. Whatever. Being pedantic, doesn't matter. Everything's going fine. These are not operating. They're not getting metal. Metal exists here. Still curious about the conveyor system, so we'll have a good look at this. Metal should sit in stacks of 3 and stacks of whatever. There's no rods on this side. There's no rods in storage here. The rod machine? Did I break it somehow? No, the conveyor looks fine and it carries rods. Items can be set at the beginning and end of the chain. This is the beginning and end of the chain. Output slot needs to be empty, so no, there is... Can you rotate the camera? Not sure you can. Something wrong with that conveyor. It's not conveying, even though it should be. We try just replacing it with a fresh bit of conveyor. And we're working again for whatever reason. It looked okay, but it wasn't. So that's got everything flowing there again. They're making conveyor parts. They should stop, as far as I'm concerned. When the 6th slot here is full, the whole system should stop, hopefully. Because it is draining money that I don't really want it to be draining. But oh well. We are somehow profitable in the week. So our little virtual pet things are selling enough to not be a complete disaster. Selling 7 a week isn't bad, actually. It's pretty good going. Hopefully we can go faster soon. Like 200 modules is a bit much. Oh, there we go. That's suddenly jumped up to 76. How did that happen? The products shouldn't count. Oh, maybe they do. Did something happen over here? No, shouldn't have. Oh, yes it did. That must have by default had a sell order on. That's interesting. It's been selling conveyor parts. That's probably how we're staying profitable. Just thinking we're probably not doing it from this small amount of virtual pet production in a low tier market. But this is a nice, neat, contained, fully automated system that appears to work just fine. Stuff's brought in, and then if I've increased the sell order to sell more, and the conveyor part counts as a module, so that's progressing our mission objective. And yeah, probably giving us enough money to make a difference. Although we've sold 80 Wild Buddy Diamond Editions, we can progress the market up a level, which we should do. We can still sell 30 of this design at this price on this market level, and that's more than enough, so we won't discount at all. Leave that going. And they're making points. So all we need now is to complete the objective, be given some free people. So I'm going to assign one of them straight away to do research. There we go. And then I wanted another doing logistics here, so let's assign that now. And then I think we might have like 1 or 2 spare people. We have a problem. Output modification exceeds standards. Okay. Reports of defective products on the market. Uh-oh. We're making bad conveyor belts. Tolerable increase is 10%. Okay. They're talking a lot, but I don't quite get why. variety in products would be good. I agree, Bob Laser. I agree. Let's make some game devices. Sell 20 game devices. Let's just clear through what's happened. Any new goals? We've completed that. We just need the quarter to end to pick a new one. Market-wise, we didn't have to unlock the game devices. They just gave it to us, which is nice. So we could design one of them and see if we can design one that can be made with minimal hand input. Or do we just need to get more analysis done so we can unlock these things? Probably the latter. In any case, let's blueprint out an introductory game device. Keep it simple again. Not necessarily wooden case, that's a bit small for a game device. Although in this market they care about the style, so they might like it. Not sure we can get enough display fidelity in the small case though. I mean, if they care about the style, I'm not sure if it's worth it. Because I think they were trying to tell us that in the last mission, like, it's not worth maximising everything all the time. And the amount of labour and materials involved in getting an extra point of style won't be returned in the value of that. It's only really valuable if you tier up and you're ready for that next tier at a higher level. I think it was saying like making a 4-star product is more profitable. You can't sell as many of them, but we're not producing at that scale yet. We might if we use these machines and these automated processes, I guess, but I don't really know. So I do kind of feel like keep it simple, which would be what? A plastic case is very simple and it fits 14 slots. Let's try plastic case. Let's make a fold boy this time. In Thunder Emerald will do, sure. The Little Play Crystal Edition, sure. That's an alright name. Module wise, 2.5 battery life, which again the simplest. We're making battery stacks in order to make double battery stacks, so actually the simplest would be a battery and a double battery. That gives us all the points we need. And display fidelity, to get to 3.5 we'd need to use the matrices, which is not ideal. That's not even close to 3.5. But this would get us 3.5 market appeal just like this. It's under what's expected, but it is profitable. I mean, 825 per unit is profit because it's simple to make. What if we pulled that battery out? Again, it's like the cost involved in making that battery is probably higher than the 26 extra coins it gives us for having it. It's interesting. Overproducing with that battery stack isn't worth. We did that with a double battery and then an extra display. We get even more money. So they care more about the display than they do about the battery, maybe? There's no way of juggling this around to free up any additional space beyond that? No. Okay. So in terms of its estimated profits, which might not be accurate, but this is a good design for estimated profit. It's not a 5-star design, but let's in this case assume that doesn't matter, or see what happens. One thing on my mind is that in the last mission we had a lot of money. After not very long we had millions. So I'm not sure if profit's that important, and making a fun design that is actually 5 stars and liked and whatever might be nicer. I don't know. But for now, the Little Play Crystal Edition is going to focus on having a really nice screen. It doesn't meet the market expectations at all, but a good profit. Let's have a look. We'll try... Well, we're going to need to unlock some things before we can try and set up fully automated production of that. So in terms of unlocking things, what did we need? We needed level 2 research points. So my researcher should only research stuff that doesn't consume the level 2 points, so that we have them around for a bit. Unfortunately, everything is going to consume... Oh, that battery cell won't. It's a low-level cell, we're unlikely to use it, but we might as well unlock it. I think everything else is going to use up the points that we don't want to use up. Yeah. Not this brightness sensor. Interesting idea. We'll have that. That's the points we want to keep. Yeah, okay. So we'll only do that much. If we do need a bunch of those points in order to do the business developments, should we change what we're making here? Because we do have some spare people. Yeah. So could we analyse something that adds lots of level 2 points only? The monophone speaker gives the most. Coils, metal sundries. I think that's doable if we switch off the double stack batteries in the process. Let's have a look at it. Let's move this guy out of the way. He doesn't need to be so close. And add one more bench, I think. Sure. Where is it? What does it look like? A bit like a speaker on a board. This one. Coils and sundries. So sundries are made from rods. So I do need one more bench making the coil. There we go. Using metal and plastic. Metal, metal, metal. So we don't need chemicals anymore. Get rid of them. Or do we just keep them around because we'll use them later? Keep things tidy. Well, we can reorder them later when we need them. Yeah, tidy up completely. We should have spare people. Bring them over. Let's give them a shelf to have. Somehow. Put that there. Turn that to there. That should be efficient enough. Good. Oil is made. There we go, they make one of them. Gradually. Then they go and analyse that, and that'll give us just the points we're after. It should speed things up a bit. We could speed this whole thing up a lot, couldn't we? Upgrading everything. Might be worth doing. What's the actual rate here? So 1 per day using 5 sundries. We make 5 sundries per day from 5 rods and 5 rods per day. And then the per day we need 2 coils and we're making 5 per day, so that's all good in terms of ratio. In fact, we've got double the coils, so we could upgrade 1, 2, 3 and not need to upgrade the last one and still be at the right ratio to make 1 per half day, which I think we could have a second analysis desk working on. That won't be particularly clear. The stacks there, yeah, I mean they are building up, aren't they? Are they? Maybe they're not. We'll leave it a while and see. If they build up, we can add another analysis desk to speed things up there. That's fine. These guys are short a worker, but still don't have enough LED arrays. No, I added the person in. They just don't have enough LED arrays. It seems to be a constant thing. Why not? I just actually manually target the output of these to the middle shelf. Tidy things up a bit. There we go. Let's put their outputs in the middle and inputs should just be on these shelves. Or these shelves should just be inputs. Plenty of cases, plenty of batteries that are standing around holding on to them. There's so many. Not enough arrays, why not? We're making 1 wooden case every 0.5 days. We're making 1 LED array every 0.53 days. That's the same. This one's being made every 0.47. For some reason that worker's happier than the other guy. Who knows why, but we're making twice as many arrays as cases, and we need 3 times as many. I've done it back to front. We needed 3 times as many arrays and 2 times as many batteries, and I've done 3 times as many batteries and 2 times as many arrays. Silly. Let me get rid of that. Change that to arrays. Let's move the case out on its own. It can have that shelf. Move the other array into that block with its friends. Very silly of me, just got the numbers wrong. That should fix that ratio. I'll stop complaining, at least. New goals. We have completed, so our equipment costs have reduced even more because we completed the next profit level. I think it might be easiest to do the profit again. Earning 150 grand from game devices might take us a minute. How are we doing here? There is a surplus of monophone speakers on the shelf, so we can have extra analysis. How do we want to lay that out? Let's move them over. Give them a shared shelf there. Just keep that a bit tidier by moving that over a little. They're going to make them. They might do with an extra logistics person, don't know. I mean, who have we got anyway? One person for there. Does it show us like idle people? People doing nothing? Not that I could tell quickly. Research zone. There's no idle people. Okay, we'll make do with one for now then, for the time being. Okay. Can almost progress that market again. One might be a bad idea, but we'll do it anyway. That's doing fine and is what's keeping us afloat, I'm sure of it. We might have enough points to unlock one thing. Oh, even two things. Perfect. So automatic case production, and then battery assembly machine as well. So we've got the machines to do batteries and cases. I feel like that's what we were missing. Over here is a better research table, research lab, and an analysis station that does things higher than tier 10. Which don't think we need at the moment. The big shelf might be nice to unlock at some point. And these policies, yeah, I don't understand them, so we won't worry about them. Brightness sensor was researched, but that's good. That means we don't need to focus specifically on the second tier points anymore. We want both. We probably want them in a better balance than that. In fact, from the looks of it, we want more tier 2 than tier 1. Yeah. We want some tier 1, but mostly tier 2. So is there an item that has that? Some tier 1 and mostly tier 2? Some diamonds and more circles? No. It's equally balanced. That wouldn't be a bad one. I think that might be okay. Or we do two things that give more points each without being too complex. Which I don't think is a great option. I mean, LED matrix might be the way to go. 15 and 10. 10 and 5 from enhanced battery cell. It's relatively simple. But 5 and 5 would be simpler and easier. Let's go for LED arrays instead. Switch off the other things. And you switch over to LED array, and then they're made at a chemistry station, I think. So let's sell off 4 benches of that. Get ourselves 4 chemistry stations. Set them all to LED arrays. Hire a person onto them, or assign a person onto them. There we go. Then all this stuff. So we only need electronic parts now. So get rid of that. Add electronic parts. There they are. This stuff we should just, let's tidy up, throw it in the bin. Not the coils though. Let me tidy that up as well. So if I had coils sell order, we can get rid of them. Get rid of that. LED array, yes, not the speaker. Over here, same deal. This shelf, yep, a bunch of them. I feed them onto here, we can sell them off, which can make a little bit of money. Sell all rods, sell all screws, sell all speaker thingies. Wrong type of speaker thingy. See how that goes. Leave a week to end and then it should take them. 2 stacks of them. Yep, should tidy that up. Good. What's this complaining about? It's got a bunch of stuff it doesn't need. Yeah, we're dealing with that. They have not got enough cases because the case guy's storage is blocked. Sure, not enough shelves in the world, I guess. Or I just made a mess of them like usual. I think there's maybe not enough down here. Just do this and they can work it out between them. Should be fine when he gets up and running at full speed. They're fine. Good, good, good. We can speed things back up again, get a grip on it. There we go, that's cleared all that out, get rid of all that. Good. We have research happening. No, because I haven't queued any things up. We're now making both types of points, so let's just research everything. No particular priority. May juggle things around later if something becomes more relevant. Some of these are pretty expensive, so that'll be interesting. How much we need to scale up later. There, everything's queued up at least. It's progress. Good. Second research desk, probably. Don't have a person though, so let's leave that for now. We want to start making our game device. Which, we need to work out how we're going to do this. So the assembly has to be done by hand. Yeah, there's no machine that does assembly stage. Interesting, because that's really slow. We're going to need a lot more people. Might have to shut this bit down. The virtual pet might need shutting down while we get game device up and running. Do we unlock an assembly table, an assembly machine? No, we don't. Okay, so assembly has to be done by hand. Which we'll do in the room with the delivery area. Yeah. And then the building behind will do the machines, maybe. If I can get the conveyors to work. There's 2 like direct routes over the road, so maybe it'll be okay. For now I'm just going to make a desk so we can see what we're doing. Making little play crystal edition. Let's get the numbers right this time. 1 case, 1 battery, 3 LED. Okay. 1 battery, 1 case, 3 LED. Buying them has made our value go up, not surprising. So it's double battery stack, which is fed by single battery stack. These things are expensive and have an upkeep, so I hope we're making enough profit for me to play around with this. We went with plastic case. Yes, plastic case to begin with, which is very simple, nothing feeds into that. And then LED matrix, which has circuit boards feeding into it. Let's just check on this, it's not different. This makes 1 double stack every 0.05 days, that's quick. In the same time this makes the basic one, so yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Every 0.05 days we're making 3 matrices, so every 0.05 days we're consuming 6 circuit board. Can they be made? They can be made in this same machine. Circuit board, metal and plastic, makes 5 every 0.05 days, so that's not enough. Barely. Close one. But we would need 2 machines to be making enough, and then hopefully that whole buffer system works as intended and everything works. It's a bit confusing, but I think think we'll be able to bring this all together. We'll see how it goes. Do we need to do this then? Confusingly. Can we have one belt come over with everything on it? I think you can. Because it only releases stuff if the thing ahead of it wants it. So you just kind of have to filter it through many stations. Not all of them need to have a big buffer, but some of them do. At least some of them. Maybe all of them, but at least some of them. You could just put two splitters next to each other. It's weird. Kind of want that to come over one side of the room. So this is the right numbers. Could we do better? I don't think it's worth it, right? Because this is... these machines are making all the ingredients to do one finished good every 0.05 days. This desk takes 2.1 days to function. So how do I even do that? 2.1 over 0.05, 42 desks. Is that right? Let's assume it is, because what else can I do? I mean, it's crazy at that kind of ratio. If you can't get a machine to do the assembly, is there any point in using these machines? Sure, they're going to generate a lot of stuff. You're going to maximize it, but you need to maximize it to make the profit to operate them. And we can't. We don't have 42 staff. I don't know, maybe we'll get 42 staff. I don't know. We will certainly have to shut this down to get it up and running at least. Which is, I don't know, weird. Very weird. Still, I want to do it just for the sake of understanding it all, I guess. I guess I do. So, let's not worry about what happens this side yet. Work that out. Conveyor belt is going to run across from here to here. That much we know. Then something's going to happen. Let me move these just out of the way for a minute. It doesn't quite feed in like that, does it? Because other things are needed for that. It's interesting. I think we then want to bring... So you go to delete it, then you can move it, yeah. It's not going to go out the building. Bring it to this edge. And then along this edge we're going to have splitters that direct it into various things, I think. Don't know, we'll see. We'll give it a go. How soon we put one there? Things are going to run up here. Should be okay. This might be too far actually, with those pillars in the way. Is there any point in being that far over? Probably not. Could probably go here, right? Save a few pieces. So this is going to grab from a pallet that will be over here, and it'll only grab if this is asking for something. Interesting. We're going to make these first, so we want metal and plastic to run up here into both of these machines. So you kind of have to do them like, I mean, can you do like that? Don't see why not. There's like, they've got a little spot to kind of stand on, but you don't need people stood there, so I don't know what that's about. Not sure. We should be able to do that and then have splitter, and then no splitter needed. Like that. It does default it, so when you plug it in it starts working things out. It says put 3 stacks of metal and plastic here. It's overkill. Or it's overkill to also have them here, because these belts are not long at all. I think 1 is maybe okay, but 3 at the last point makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe we'll go with 1 here and we'll see how that goes. Maybe the conveyors just aren't as fast as I'm imagining, and you do need to do something different. We'll leave it for now. While we're going, we can progress this market again. Let's do that. So we're on level 3 virtual pets. We can still sell 15. We're making about 10 a week, and we can sell 15 a week, so we don't need to touch the price. Just going to make a bit more money now. The output of these needs to go into the input of these, which also needs electronic parts. So the electronic parts are going to be coming on the belt here. We're going to head up this way. Can't see the other side. Is there really no... Have I forgotten the controls? Rotate camera. I don't see one. No. Okay. Then I'm going to assume it was in a straight line. I can pick it up, and then I can see the arrow. Yeah, that's in the wrong place. Needs to come back one to there. Having put that down, did it? I didn't change anything. Okay. It's clever. At least the system's clever enough to know kind of what direction to send things and so on. It's not a bad system. We need a merger. It's going to go there and there. Conveyor between it. There and there. And head forward. I'm sure this building's going to be big enough. We can use some of this building as well, I guess, although was it that it affects the mood of people? I wonder if that's by building or by zone. Can we just put them in a separate zone and people won't get so upset? Or we could put them all the way over here and move this lot to a different room. I don't know. Something. Maybe it'll fit. Keep your fingers crossed. Maybe it'll just fit. These guys could be rotated. So let me swish them in down here. And they need... So that's the merger. The stuff coming in is going to run straight. But they have also buffering. They don't need to buffer at this end. They need to buffer at the other end. Right? So the things keep moving forward. I think. I'd rather they buffered at the other end. If their cache is good when we click the button to go, it won't really matter, I guess. But I don't know. Don't quite get it, I guess. Inputs for them, there, there, and then not needed. That looks like... That's not the right way of doing it, is it? You should extend that into there, yeah. Single piece there, and then last input there. A bit short of conveyor pieces, let's go grab some. That'll do. For a little bit longer. Oh, also, yeah, machine parts as well. I have to bear that in mind. If we did want to scale this up at all or do something different, we need to create machine parts too. Conveyor merger then. There and there. Output of that. That isn't right. There. It's a fiddly system to actually build it, but you know, I don't know. This mission's trying to get us to want to use conveyors a bit more, and I'm wanting to use conveyors a bit more, so I guess it's working. It's taking a while to get my head around it, so I'm not confident we're going to finish the mission today, but we'll see. Maybe once it's done, things will pick up. That's it. So that's making the amount of LED matrices we want. We do want to buffer both these things in both these things, though maybe we want to buffer more of them in the second one because it's feeding twice the machines. In fact, I think what I would like... See, that's not what that looked like. It shouldn't... Never mind, try it again. Do that, and here as well. I would like to put a splitter, even though one's not needed, so that it holds a buffer. So they'll hold 3 per machine then. 3 for that machine, 3 for that, and 3 for that, and then everything else is kind of flowing through it, kind of. Not sure. it might still make sense to add more to the previous ones, because they're, don't know, but you know, I think I prefer that to just the corner having more load on one than the other. But yeah, and that's saying, so that hasn't clocked that it needs electronic parts. Interesting. But it knows, so it knows it needs to bring electronic parts to this. That's fine. They don't need to buffer. But it hasn't worked. It's not saying to buffer the electronic parts in these, within these mergers, or in this splitter. I think it should say it in this splitter. Again, I only care about one of them. It'll carry straight on, but it's a bit, you know, it's something that continues to request. And when we see the system in function, I find it likely I'll end up increasing that. We'll see how it goes. It's interesting that having those mergers there appears to have stopped it from seeing that it needs to feed that request all the way back. Still, that's that. That's a complicated one. Here's another complicated one. So what do we need to do? It's plastic and chemicals, and then it's metal and chemicals. And then the output of this feeds into that. So yeah, it's spaced out like that. Don't really want to share this input line here. We'll make a new one behind it, off of here. Could even use this output to bring another line specific to it, which I might like the idea of. So this is the buffer that goes, this is like an initial buffer going into the matrix production. Yeah, in that case, bring that back, put another splitter there. Delete that so that you can feed it to there. There we go. So that should be requesting, let's give that a bit more then. Let's assume that that's holding the stuff that is used in here, and this is holding nothing. Sorry. I'm not sure it needs to hold nothing, or I'm not sure it can hold nothing because it needs these instructions on what direction to send it. Therefore the buffer minimum is 1. So okay, the buffer minimum is 1, and then this is going to have 3, and then these are going to have 3 because they're specific machine inputs. So the machine input has 3, the zone input has 3, and then everything else will be minimum, including these have now worked out that they need electronic parts. Interesting. Those are 1. Yeah, that's what I would like. So that can come all the way over. It can. That could run. It might just look a little nicer if we had a little gap. Then in between them, 3 spaces with a merger. Yeah, merger. With that distance, I can't see the point of the merger holding any battery stacks because that's not what I wanted to do. Never mind, we'll fix that in a bit. Oh, unless it can feed through. Can it send chemicals through one machine? I doubt it. Let's imagine it can't, and then work from there. This machine can hold like a whole stack of output. This machine can hold a whole stack of input. We don't need more than a stack in between them with a distance this short, so that'll do. That's going to need this to go to a splitter there. Yes. That conveyors, that's like the machine input to there. But then also a throughput, so I'd rather that, yeah. I haven't unlocked the buffer, so in this space I would put just the buffer building, but I think we have to use like splitter and merger because that's what we've got. Which in some ways means that the buffer's irrelevant because you can just throw a splitter down and then you're good. Weirdly. But this is for the machine input for this, which is, yeah, plastic and chemicals, so 3 of each. This is just feeding in. But it is the zone start. That's the machine for that. That's the zone start. And it'll also have metal, which is going into there, along with chemicals. Chemicals and metal. I need to add them back on because I messed that up. Chemicals and metal. 3 of each because that's the input for the next machine. Don't know why it's saying straight on. No, they're going to be coming around the corner. So this should have chemicals going both directions. Sure, holding 3, and metals going straight on. Yeah, that holds 3 of each. That's 3 of them, but with the batteries I can't see the point because they're not coming from another building. I think that's fun. I think that's the battery production. Good. Over here we might as well, so we can have a merger there and there, blocking all the doors off, but then people aren't meant to come in here, and I don't think we need maintenance or anything. I could be wrong. Enter there. Again, don't see the point of having buffers here. I've run out of conveyor pieces. Let's go stock up. Good. Just need to make the cases as well. That pillar's a bit in the way. Put them there, that's in line. And then we want to split again down here, because this is the zone input. Or should we have not bothered with that and just fed everything through? I think splitting it out makes a lot of sense, but it's still throughput limited by what you can fit on this single input belt here. So not sure on that. Still, carry on with the plan and then work it out. So it's just another splitter immediately, which I don't think we can do. Because it appears you have to put a bit of conveyor to get between the two things. In which case, that needs redoing. Didn't end up needing a lot of the space that's over this side, but you know, done now. 3 of that, 3 of that, 3 of that, 3 of that, and 3 of that. Yeah, all good. And down here, just 1 because it's just rerouting. It's not actually for buffering, which would be nice if you had that option, just rerouting. I don't know if it does it. I assume it just needs these instructions for the directions to send them. Which, yeah, sending forward and sideways, and yeah, don't know. Interesting. Let's leave a gap on purpose this time, although don't need to. This brings in just plastic to make this, so I don't think we build the plastic buffer back here though. Let's give it a machine input buffer right next to it, because also it's zone input, but whatever. I can hold 3, and the output just feeds into there. I'll reduce that to 1. Good. I think that's all the elements involved, and the stuff that's coming out. Oh, it's not a straight. Why, game devs? Why is that not a straight line? Why do you always have to do these things? Straight lines look so nice. Why do you always have to make things weird? Oh well. They're coming into this room. And on to, I guess, a shelf where logistics people will take it to the assembly people who want to be up this end of the room, I guess, in, I don't know, blocks of 3 like we usually do. This shelf where the input things are going to come, and one for their finished goods, and then logistics people will take that. I don't know, could we automate this end a bit more? Like, you know, a bit more, not a huge amount more. Because you can have like a splitter into a cell, and then can we take it out as well? Because we kind of looked at that before. I think there's a way of doing it. We can work it out. Just take a look around, make sure everyone's alive still. Things are moving. Got lots of research points. We could do with more research people. Yeah, no ongoing complaints. Market overview. We can progress virtual pet again. Okay. They're still going to be happy. They want 8 battery life. Crazy. Okay, we can now only sell 8, and we want to be selling 10, so we do need to discount now. 4% of it is 12 sales, and still more money. So, perfect. Game device we haven't even started. Can we get... We don't have enough success points to get the large shelf yet, which I would like. Can we get some somehow? Craft modules. I doubt we're doing that many at the moment, but we might be. Increase our net worth again, gives us 40 points if we can do that much. It's the only one we're really going to do, I think. Increased research speed if we generate research data by analysing modules. Try that. Maybe we'll do enough in this quarter. Not this quarter, the next one. Sell a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't triggered, but I guess we're just not doing enough. Okay, so we don't have the large shelf at the moment, which might have opened some options for automation. Quite a few, actually. But not in terms of splitting it across 42 benches or whatever it was. It was a lot. But I don't know. Maybe. Something close to it. Can you grab... Insert into a corner one and grab from the other direction? No, we need the large. To do any of the clever stuff I'm thinking of, we need the large bench. Which success points are not going to come that easy at the moment. So we do it without, and then we can redesign it later as needed. So let's just set up 2 cells like this, a little bit to start with. Have lots of logistics people, and we'll turn the logistics people into conveyors later. So for now, if they just put stuff onto a shelf that our guys could take from. Is there any point to that, or just... yeah, because we need them to request things, don't we? So it does make sense to have a shelf. Put that there. In terms of access, we might just want to move everyone forward one. People walk diagonal. I'm sure it's fine. We need a grabber at this end. Storage. That'll take things off the belts. Hasn't configured itself to take anything, which is interesting. It should be taking plastic case. Which one is... there we go. Oh, and you can hold a buffer in this grabber. That's... why would we want that? I mean, I guess it needs to hold 1. Because if the shelf is full and the next item coming in isn't... if the shelf is full, we have a big... then it wouldn't send one from up here in the first place. Unless it already had by accident or something. Unless it doesn't cater for what's on the belt ahead of it. So if there's an empty space, it just keeps sending them. But I doubt it's done like that with the way the whole system works. I'm not sure the point of that. I might leave that blank and see what... if it just picks up everything that comes and doesn't buffer anything. Would be best. But we want to add a rule here. 2 slots of plastic cases. Oh, actually, what is the ratio? 1 to 1 to 3. So why don't we do that? 1 slot of cases. 1 slot of batteries. Double battery stack? My memory's not good enough for that. And 3 LED matrix. 3 LED matrix. And then 1 slot, I don't know what they'll do with that. Something might end up there, I guess. Fine. A logistics person will take stuff from there to their shelves. You might have to specifically set them, but I doubt it. They'll make them put them on an output shelf and someone else will bring them manually to the courier pallet at the moment. He's just going to have a rule for Little Play Crystal Edition at maximum and sell everything. Over this end we need the courier pallet to buy in all the materials being used, which should just be these 4 if everything's right. Make sure those buffers haven't increased themselves. May need to buy more than 1 stack of each for the throughput, we'll see. Might have to just wait a long time for things to flow through before we see if we do need it or not. We'll see. Metal, plastic, electronic parts and chemicals. Go to plastic, electronic parts and chemicals. Should do it. Do I need to rebuild this to join it? Probably, right? Bit annoying. We need a automatic retrieval. You can't do it from the grabby side. There. Is that? It looks different, is that? Yeah, it wasn't in the delivery area. The wood needs to be in the delivery area. Put that there, and then yeah, I guess strip that all the way back and start it again all the way back here. There we go. Things are moving. They're going to tell us we need people. It's missing supply. Base material is required, but it's being purchased here, so it wasn't being purchased there, even though some appeared here magically somehow. Sure. For now, it's just going to build up buffers, isn't it? That is a goal completed. Nice, we did manage to do that. Increase our research speed, which is nice, but also gives us some success points towards the big shelf that I want. We need to rearrange some people then. Not going to get any more until we do something. What is going on in... Right, there's shelves, so we need a logistics people. I don't want to stop research, do I? But we have more people than we need here, I guess. But, you know, that helps with later scaling. Leave them alone. Let's just shut down virtual pet production, I guess. So if I go to employee overview by zone, that is virtual pet production. I don't need to shut down that many, but I don't know what job they would do, so unassign all. 15 people available. Okay, we could probably set up more then. Haven't actually set the recipe on a bunch of them, I just noticed that. There we go. And then Salamander Zone, let's actually rename you. You are Game Device Assembly Zone. Let's have, oh, this is where policies go, okay. And there's all sorts of options, right. Let me just hire 3 logistics people. That might be overkill, but for now, whatever. We have a bunch of things available. Don't know if there's a downside or anything. They don't affect machines, which is what we were told earlier. That's fine, I guess. Components will craft faster. Doesn't help. Modules will craft faster. Assembly is faster. Sounds good. Assembly is faster, but crafting is slower. Sounds good. Research is faster. Analysis is faster. This is kind of cool that you can focus your zones into something specific. I kind of wish we'd done the mission where it taught us this first, but never mind. Analysis and crafting, with metal, with chemistry, with electronics. With no production employees in the zone, walking and picking is faster, so it's just a logistical thing. Assembly counts as production, I guess. And plus 10 on any luck, but minus 10 on any speed modifier. I think that's it for now then, just those 2 policies. It's going to add 35% assembly speed. So 1.5 days instead of 2.1 days. It's good, significant difference for us. Hopefully that helps, I don't know. I guess we'll see. And no downside in that context. And while we're at it, research zone. Where was stuff? Items crafted with electronic skip plus 25% analysis and crafting speed. Items that don't have electronic skip, but everything we're currently doing here uses electronics. So there's a 25% bonus to everything. Crafting speed, I mean, it could help. It's a module they're making, right? So why not? It will make more of them, although that... No, I think we'd rather have research speed and analysis speed, and there's enough people doing other stuff that that's fine. Virtual pet production zone, let's give you just 1 logistics person, 1 assembly person. Seem to have 2 logistics people for some reason, maybe they just haven't walked over the road yet. 1 person making that, One on that. One here. One there. Okay. How many idle people do I have? None. Wow, I had exactly the right number. Okay. Exactly the right number available to have one person doing each process so that virtual pets are made at the slowest possible speed. But they are being made. How are we doing over here? None of the buffers have built up big enough. Really. So do we need to just kickstart things with a bit of a big buy? Maybe. Let's do that and then drop it down again. And there's a bunch there, but they're not putting it on the belt. Why not? Because it only looks at the next stage. So it'll only put it on the belt if this splitter is requesting it. It doesn't look further ahead. Yeah, so a bigger buffer here is needed just to keep it moving. Because otherwise it waits for this to empty before it puts it on. Yep. This makes a lot of sense to me. Let's put it back to 3 on the first input. This one probably doesn't need to be more. You know, we'll see, but probably. 3 of everything right at the start here makes a bit of sense. Just a bit. There's no plastic there, we're just not buying it quick enough, I guess. Could be an ongoing issue. Also, is it grabbing... When this retrieval grabs, does it grab from the top of this storage first or from the bottom? Because it would be nice if it grabbed from the bottom first, where surplus stuff is, and not the top where the buy slot will get refilled. Because we won't find out until they get used up. Interesting, but yeah. This buffer's filling in. Does that mean that machine's not outputting at all? Because this buffer is full, but that buffer isn't. Right, so this merger takes circuit boards in and sends them out, or takes them in and sends them out. This place is requesting them but doesn't have any. So there's something wrong with that conveyor in the middle. Don't know what or why, but we'll just replace it and see if that fixes things. Nope. Nope, don't know what that's about. This needs to hold 1, it's holding more than 1, so those 5 should be moving. And those 100 won't leave until this leaves. That's interesting. So it's almost, yes, it doesn't know this one is requesting them. Or that just isn't working, the request for these items isn't working. The electronics are also not... I mean, they're in the buffers here. Right, so there is a problem specifically on that bit of conveyor, and I don't know why. This is requesting, this has it, but it's not giving it to it. Do I just replace that splitter? It's requesting 3 of each, and it's not getting them. Oh dear. Not a good sign. Come on, brain. What's going wrong? What about elsewhere? You know, this has got plastic, and the machine is asking. The output is done. This place has got them. This place does not, and it's not passing forward. Right, because this place actually has to ask for something. Otherwise, it won't send anything. Plastic cases. Just 1 stack will do. Battery stacks. Again, we'll try with just 1. And what's this other thing? LED matrices. Try with just 1 for now, but that's probably wrong. Why is this asking for matrices now? Doesn't need them. But I can't delete them. Because they're not coming from that direction. There we go, that's why. The batteries are flowing constantly. One lot has been requested, but more than one lot is coming. Because the buffer here is set to 3 and that was just 3 for there. So that automatically set the buffer in the grabber to be 3. Because I'd rather it was 1. Sort that out. There is something stuck on the belt. Don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. It asked for 3 of everything, it had 3 of everything, but there was still something on the belt. Might have been me fiddling with it, or might be an issue. It's holding one of each of them. That did cause these to free up, but it now means... So when this one empties, it releases... When this one is empty, it releases the one from the grabber. In it goes. So you do want this to hold a couple more. I mean, if it will take 3 of each, do 3 of each, fine. When one is put in, one is released from here, specifically here. If that is a case, then it will release one from here, which will release one from the machine. It's making sense, the process, the flow of things, making some sense. What's going on here? This is not taking those from that direction, it's only taking those from that direction. There we go. This is taking from all directions, yeah. But this isn't making any because of this same issue. There are no materials on the splitter inputs here, but they are in the merger just before them. So is it a directional thing? This is saying circuit boards can come from behind, which they can, and they go straight. As can electronics. Circuit boards can also come from the side and go straight. That's fine. Here electronics only come and circuit boards only come, yeah. From here, both things can come from behind. But they always come from behind and they're going forward or to the right, yep. I do not know what the issue is here. We're losing a lot of money. Were we really making that much from virtual pets? I guess we were. Must have been. Yeah, just tidy that up a bit. So probably spent a whole bunch on materials, didn't we? Yeah. Never mind. I didn't have a spare person to research with in the end. That's a shame. Never mind. I'm getting distracted because my brain isn't working this out. Do we just delete everything and start again? Is that? Or is there a stage ahead where we're doing something wrong? No, because they are holding it. So these stages have to be correct because they're holding the correct things. That's got what it should. That's got what it should. Yeah. This is getting what it should, as is that. That's doing what it should and outputting them here. Must be something wrong with these mergers then. Or the belt between. So strip that whole lot back. Still no electronics going that way when there should be. They need to be requested. We just strip that back as well, just in case. So that should go to there, and then merge. In goes a conveyor belt, and then merge. In goes a conveyor belt, and it's working. Okay, I just... Is it working? No, it's not. This has stopped. That one is flowing. So we should just accept them from behind. Yes. Now it's all flowing okay. Don't know what the issue was, but there we go. Updated it and it's now doing stuff. Not enough electronics are making it through. They're not leaving here quick enough. This might, yeah, this single belt in might not be enough for the throughput rate. And yeah, it does. It takes from the top, not from the bottom, which is not the best. After you've made a mess, it's not the best. In that process, I've grabbed a whole bunch of circuit boards. Can I manually feed them in here? No, because they're full. Space for more on that belt, so... Well, now it's just stopped grabbing. Well, it doesn't... Yeah, we need to buy more things. The throughputs here. What should we do? Well, from the looks of it, the metal and the chemicals are fine, so it's a case of more plastic, more electronics. They can throw quite a few on if they need to. Just, yeah, get the input right. Maybe everything will flow okay. In any case, we're making stuff and selling, presumably. Oh yeah, we've sold 18 already, didn't even notice. Too distracted. Oh, we can progress virtual pet again? Go for it. Let's drop this down so we still got like 12 available. Sure, 11. We're only making 3 now, I guess. Sure. So put the price at maximum, get a lot more money. Can only sell 4, but we're only making 3 at the moment, so that's fine. That's good, actually. And yeah, there we go. Oh, that pallet is full. Nice.
Not important here. You're just in time. A company is gaining momentum. Worth keeping an eye on them.
First trophy achieved. Just 2 more to go today, hopefully. We're going to sell 100 of each toy product and reach a charity rating. Interesting. Onward we go. Here's Monsieur Veillon. A spy, I see. A proposal. Okay. General Robotics does not produce toys. Treat about module construction speed. Modules are low tier, blah, 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 blah. It's going to buy modules from us. The more modules we deliver, the better the payment. Buy off more modules in the regular market. Okay. Sure. I think we just keep making our automated production of conveyor pieces because those are those. And that'll just kind of happen. Or maybe we'll need to increase the rate we make them, but I'm fine doing that as our source of modules. It's half helpful. In fact, while we're here, let's sell those random circuit boards off. On the next loop. No, is that? Sure. Do we need to make something else really simple? Some really simple module at very high speed and just sell it? Maybe. On its own in the corner over there. Possibly. We got 3 cheaper people, so let's get them in here. Extra of those. Extra assembly. And I think extra research would be what I'm after. There we go. We can progress the game device market. Now, device is already not great, but I think we do so anyway. It is still more money. How many are we making? 18. So let's discount by 7% to get 20 sales allowed. And yeah, if we want to do more, we're going to have to make it more complicated, which is going to mean having to redo all of this. I don't really want to make it more complicated, if we can avoid it. Oh, that's interesting. Each of these boxes is not full. They are like trickle amounts. Yeah, a set of 56, a set of 20, a set of 8. Interesting. Very interesting. Now things are flying. We appear to have overdone the purchasing, but never mind. It's not harming us too much, I don't think. We do have a problem that the pallet over here keeps getting full, so we actually need 2 pallets, I guess, which is a nice problem to have, I guess. I don't know. Seems good. Keep it moving, keep them selling. Maybe we would sell more if we had a bigger pallet. Might need to adjust that market again. If we have to discount the whole thing dirt cheap, but it means things don't get more complicated, I'm kind of in favour of that. We're about to progress without having to fiddle with anything, so I'm not too worried there. How about here? Can we craft modules? Or like generating data again? Increase research speed again? Don't think it really matters. Gain success for research doesn't matter too much either. Increase analysis speed. Reduced equipment cost may be better. Or even this new one. Progress. No, let's do that. Let's do the profit related one. Modules are working very reliably. Good. And affiliate showed interest in the toys. Set up toy robot production. Okay. There's a company goal to do Right, so we need to get through these other ones. We're not making enough virtual pets. Maybe we should increase the speed of that as well. Just don't have enough staff to do all this. Maybe we have to spend the money. I mean, our cash is in a good spot. Maybe we can afford to spend the money on extra staff. So 200 products that have a total sum of 2 feature values or higher. Maybe we're going to need to make it more complicated. Everything, ultimately. Fine, we can work around this. Just want to check. Game device sales. Yeah, we're capping. Let's drop so that we can sell, I don't know, 30. Can we work out what we're producing? 6 every 1.8 days. 24 per week, I think. So we go with 26 and then we'll see how that goes. Toy robot, sure. Okay. Flowing okay here? It seems to be now. A constant amount coming out of here that concerns me a little. The output this end, I guess this is where to check. Should we put more in this merger at the end? Probably. Let's up that to 3. I think, yeah, maybe just leave everything at the default of 3, to be honest. I may have overthought the entire thing on that front. I think this is working fine. So we could go look at other things for a while. Although, like I say, we kind of need to make it more whatever. People are very unhappy. Look, we haven't done the training on this. Can I... Here, you are 10% happy. Why? Leonardo, it's the production over here that's got everyone very unhappy. The work zone is too big. We had this in Little Big Workshop. What do you mean too big? Why is that a problem? And your work zone is too big? Okay, can I just, where is it, erase the bit we're not using? That's annoying, because if we do want to scale it up to the right scale, it'd have to be pretty big. Don't know what that means. Okay, never mind. How's that? Still unhappy? There, now your happiness is going to trend up to 60% just because of arbitrary painting on the floor. Bad system. Don't like that. If you're going to give me a room this big to work in, let me work in a room that big. Don't arbitrarily make it awkward. Not a fan of that. Hopefully it can be solved pretty easily. We could set up production zones and have conveyors between them instead of people, then it shouldn't cause too much of an issue. But yeah, don't like that. We can progress the game device market again. Let's go for it. What did I say, like 24? Let's go for that. Sure. More virtual pets so we can get that done. Unless we just abandon it. Or even abandon virtual pets entirely. Might not be a bad idea. Got 3 spare people. Didn't realise. Let's get them in here. 3, so there's all the components being made, okay. Let's upset people that there are more people here now or something, I don't know. Seems to be saying the only affecting... I guess 50 is the default. Then space per employee is boosting it slightly here. Sure. Still 1 idle. Assign you there. One more would be nice. I don't think we mess with this because it is kind of helping us. We have a big old building here we could do something quite complex in. What are our future objectives looking like? Do Toy Robot 1, sell 300 toys, replace all machines. That scares me. But okay, so we don't want to overdo it with machines. Get 3 products to phase 3, shouldn't be too hard. 3,000 charity points, we don't know how that system works yet. So really making a toy robot, sell toy robots until we made 180 in revenue. 180 in revenue from toy robots, or just sell a robot and make 180 in revenue, job done? Unclear, but it just needs to make money. Just needs to make money, and then in the future, if we're replacing all machines, I don't want things to be complex. And we need to sell 300 of them, so money and volume means keep it simple. Reach tier 3, so maybe a tier 1 5-star would be the thing to do, and we can get tier 3 with that. We'll see. How easy is it to make? Let's make a toy robot. We have researched 3 potential chassis. So this is plastic plus chemical compounds, and again, simple as we can make it would be better, but none of them are very simple. Metal was a simple one. Is that not available? No, it's not available. Okay. Research is going pretty slow. We don't have many good options. Something complicated then, I guess. Or more complicated. Plastic needs plastic sundries, and then also chemical compound from chemicals, and plastic to make the lightweight seems overkill if we can avoid it. Metal sundries are from rod, and then refined wood is from wood and chemicals, so that's like it's a whole bunch of different stages. It might only be one machine of each stage, but it's still feeding that all in is complicated. I guess plastic. So it's plastic into plastic parts and into the finished thing, and metal into the middle. It's still hellishly complicated. Wood and chemicals, and then metal into rod into sundries could be kind of a separate line. I think wooden might be the simplest. Let's give it a go. Are we making a bath turtle, a teaching owl, or a modular friend? I like a summer rainbow modular friend, me. Magic chap number 1? Yeah, it looks like a magic chap to me. What are we aiming for? We've got lots of style, even though we don't need it. We need a little speed, a little battery life. We've only researched 1 motor, which we would need 4 of to meet the requirements. It's not ideal, especially needing to reach 3 battery life as well, which kind of can't do. Ooh, enhanced battery stack is better than I thought. That's a battery cell, that's a battery stack. That's 1.5, but its eco footprint is worse. Its heat loss is worse, but I think we're kind of good on that front. There and there makes enough. Ooh, okay, that's not too bad. It's kind of overkill on the motors. A higher level motor would be nicer, but our research isn't going fast enough for that. And I've no intention of making it a lot faster at the moment, really, if we can do without. Don't know. Might be nice to research everything, but it's not necessary, so tend to avoid it. This gives us a 5-star appeal. We just need to make a lot of the same things, which I kind of favour. Let's go for it. There's our magic chap number 1. That's what he looks like. That's how he works. He is not particularly profitable, but we'll see. In terms of getting stuff over here, we should be fine. I'm going to grab some extra conveyors because we're going to need a bunch. We'll use this side, so let's because the thing to do is just erase all the zones we're not currently using and then add in the ones we need in the future when we get there, because they don't like them being overly big. It's weird. That whole room can stay as it is. Close enough. This has got a bunch of wasted space, I guess. Someone's happy about that and someone's sad about it. Hopefully the mission that teaches about these things is going to actually help. This isn't going to have people in. That's not going to have people in, so it doesn't matter. We'll see how that goes. Right, so in here, somehow, somewhere, we're going to need a whole bunch of stuff. And then in here, we're going to need to do assembly. But then it's got machines in here, so we don't actually want that. Oh, where are we going to do assembly then? In here? We might be able to do both assemblies in here. Won't be able to do a full rate of both regardless, so maybe. It's a long run, but we can run a conveyor all the way down there. Just build the buffers big every side and it'll be fine, right? So, okay. We completed a goal. Add new zone. It's just, yeah. This doesn't help. zone it in and shrink it down later. Can't be fiddling around with it. So what did we just do? Sold 200 products that have the feature value high enough. Don't know how we did at this quarter and not in the previous one, but whatever. I don't think we're going to get the virtual pets done, ever, so let's forget that. We've done that one. We're probably going to do this one this quarter as well. Close, but it's good on the value. Earn money with game devices. Let's try it, see if we can do that in a quarter. And then we need to add, when we've done this one, we'll add the toy robot one in because we need to do it for progress. Anyhow, we're making Magic Chap number 1. 1 case, 2 battery, 4 motor. Each requiring a bunch of previous elements that are going to be awkward as hell. 1 case, 2 battery, 4 motor. Maybe I just need to put that in the corner there so I can see it. It's a shame you can't, like, I don't know, pin the recipe somewhere here so I can see it easier. Don't know. We'll live. We'll bounce back and forth if we have to. 1 case. No. Of course, that increased our value by spending the money. Yeah. That's making, which case was it? The wooden bot chassis, which needs metal sundries and refined wood. That is for metal sundries, which need rods. And then refined wood. Could be a problem. It is a problem. We can't make refined wood with a machine, so we need to make it by hand and send it over, which I don't want to be doing. Nope. Where's it normally done? Basic workbench, yeah. There's nothing else to unlock that could do it. No, there's not. We can get this big shelf now, which I do want. What was this? Casing synergy, assembly speed and assembly efficiency. If there's a case or chassis production in the zone. Which there isn't in our case, so never mind that. And the analysis station, we're not going to have the modules necessary to make that worth having, so never mind the rest of that stuff. Okay, this is not going to work. We're going to use a different case. Also, we're going to need machine parts. If we're going to do this. Can we avoid it? Maybe not. We could just do everything by hand and hire in a ton of people and hope the money makes it okay. I mean, we could. Don't really want to, it's against the purpose of the mission, but we could do the entire thing by hand. Is that... No. Don't be silly. Magic Chap's getting archived. We're not actually going to make that. Let's try again. This time we'll do plastic chassis. See if we can make it work. Limited mate? No. Triple kid hyperbug? No. Super companion? Don't really like any of these. Hyperpal light? Sure. Good enough. Modules. So I don't actually need the speed. Weird thing to say, but you don't. That could be our design. The market appeal would not be great, and especially when we upgrade the market to level 3 it wouldn't be great, but it's functional. I think we add the motors. That would be nice if we could do it with just 1 speed. Let's look at that. Locomotion. Right, the DC motor isn't here at all, so no. It's either 2 medium steppers, which require the small stepper to make, or 4 small steppers. It's a shame they didn't let us have the DC motor. It was in the last mission. Okay. Can we fit this here? Should be able to. Somehow. I definitely can. Just move these over here. There. It's the same design, but in the smaller the easier case. With the 5, yep, go for it. Good. As I say, this time let's just throw I can make a snowman. Which adds happiness to the thing. Are you guys happy now? Leave them to it. Let's throw an assembly in the corner of this room so I can see what we need. Can check it. So plastic bot chassis this time. Small case machine. Didn't mean to do that. Chassis. No, plastic chassis, which needs plastic sundries. Don't tell me we can't make plastic sundries. Nope. We don't have the machine to do that either. Right, this could be intentional. This could be about, could be all about this policy. So we make the chassis by hand, make the internal components by machine, send them over and assemble it all together in a zone that has casing synergy. Fine. I hate it, but fine. The production rate difference is so significant that that's like weird to me. If you think about a small case machine making plastic bot chassis needs 3 sundries per 0.05 days. This makes 10 sundries per day, so it's half a sundry in that time frame. So you need 6 of these tables, 6 members of staff to do that. 30 plastic parts a day is 3 tables doing that, so you need 9 members of staff to feed one of these machines. Yeah. And then, whatever. You know, the rate of everything else being fed in is whatever. That's wild. I think we're going to fall back on the previous idea, do the whole thing by hand. Like, that's got to be better, right? And that corner of that room is probably the best spot to do that in, yeah. And if we need to change something around and farm some of it to machine work, we can do some parts of machine work up there later. I think we have to. I'm just going to progress that market. Where were our sales? They were around 26. Let's drop this down to like 30 maybe, just to be safe. 25% discount. And here, sales can probably go up again because we are making more now. So let's make it so that we can sell 12 and see if that's enough. 8% discount, fine. Can almost progress to that. Let's let the week tick over and do that. The market appeal is almost nothing for this thing. People will still spend $2,000 on it. More, you know, like 2,300, even though the market appeal is a 0.3. I guess we're not, you know, we're not selling very many at all, but there we go. Unnecessary or whatever, but it keeps the money coming in. We're over 1 million now, so we really don't need to worry about that at all. Done a bunch more goals and stuff has happened, but none of it's really relevant, I wouldn't say. We need to do the robot one, and then sell products with 3.6 feature value. I'm not sure we have any of that. Let's try the craft modules one to see if we're doing it or not. Don't have enhanced battery stack inside our game device at the moment, so never mind. 300 grand from that, from game devices. We're making a lot of them, maybe it'll happen. Let's leave that to it. And look at what we're doing here. Making one of them, 4 of them, 2 of them, 1 of them. Start with tinker tables. So there's certainly going to be 4 of them, 2 of them, 1 of them. We'll see. Small motor. Enhanced battery stack. Can't be done on the tinker table. Yeah, okay. Needs to be a chemistry table, which the upgraded one should be that, we'll see. And then plastic case. Okay. Yeah. Something was itching in the corner of my eye. I wondered why. We're just over 2 hours and I haven't taken a break yet. That's what was there in the back of the mind. 2.25 hours in. We should force ourselves to, even though I don't particularly want to. Before we get my brain melted by the numbers involved in this, let's pause things, and I will take a quick 5-minute break to stretch the legs, give the brain a short rest. When I'm back, we'll get this robot production set up by hand, and we'll see the pace of that, whether it's going to be good enough to achieve the goals we have to achieve, and if not, We'll have to look at splitting the production so some of it's done by machine, if we can work that out, or whatever else we need to do. But I think we're still on course to finish this mission today, maybe even take a short look at the next one. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get there. We'll see how it goes, but I'll see you guys in just 5 minutes. Hello, hello, hello. I am back from the break. Glad to see nothing's crashed or blown up while I was away. Always a risk from the sounds here. Let's get unpaused. And yeah, carry on trying to work all this out. So these are all motor. Get that set. We're probably going to change some around, aren't we? We'll see. So this is a motor a day. This is an enhanced battery stack a day on the chemistry table, so we do need another. So it's 2 battery stacks a day, 4 motors a day, and 1 case a day. We'll feed 3 of these assembly tables, depending on policies and blah blah blah. But let's say 3. Making hyperpower lights. Cool. This needs just... That's the wrong thing. Right, it's a plastic bot chassis, not a plastic case. That one. But it's still 1 per day. Good. This needs 3 plastic sundries per day. Which is that one. This makes 5 per day, so that is enough for that. Requires 5 plastic parts per 2 days. And that makes 20. So that's more than enough. We could scale things up, but obviously people are expensive. I think we can kind of afford them with our current bank balance of 1.2 million with so little stuff actually happening here. It's crazy, really. Game's a bit, I don't know, do I want to say it's a bit easy? I like easy games, but it just feels a bit like the money's irrelevant, really, at very little effort. Don't know. These require single cell batteries, that's interesting. They're quite simple to make. And chemical compounds, which presumably are not. So we need 2 single cell batteries per day. Single cell battery, there we go. This makes 1 per day, so the easiest would just upgrade that. And that'll make 2 per day. I think that's the best way. Works fine, that just needs chemicals. The chemical compounds, can you make them at a tinker table? You can. That makes 5 per 2 days. So what do we need? We need 4 per day. So that would make 5 per day and be close enough. Good. So that's enough for that. That's not too bad. Here I'm expecting things to be worse. We need 28 gears per day. That makes 10 per day, so we need 3 basic workbenches. In fact, I think what we'll do, change that to gear, change that to gear, and upgrade them. So they're doing 2 per day each. Yeah, 4 per day. And they're fed by 3 of them. But they also need 4 mechanical parts per day. Working this out with machines would be complicated as hell as well. May have to in the end, but there we go. This makes 1 1/4 per day, so that makes 5 per 2 days, so 2 of them will do more than enough. Because that's doing 10 per 2 days, or 5 per day, and we need 4 per day. So that's good on that front, but they also need gears. So they need 10 per 2 days, or 5 per day. These guys needed 28, and we're making 30. So that's not enough. Although you might not need a whole extra bench, it could be enough to have a tinker table. Tinker table would do 5 per day. We need 5 per day. Right, so they need a tinker table's worth of gears just for them. But that's fine. They also need compound sundries. Just going to assume is best on this. They need 1 per 2 days. So 2 per 2 days, so 1 per day. And this makes 10 per day? That doesn't seem right. Well, that's... Sunshine's found that perfect spot. It just must be that exact time of year where it can come at exactly the wrong spot to get in my face. In a week it won't do this, I guess. But I think it's going to be raining all of forever, so I won't be doing it next week anyway. Oh, hello. Didn't see those buttons before. Or you can have it, if you pin it, you can just kind of like drag it around and tick it when you've sorted it out and break it down. Whoa. Hello. And it gives you this little number after it. I'm excited. 1, what is that? 1. I don't know why I jumped to 100 after I went down, but so 1. To make 1, you need 4 in the same time frame, I guess. So I can't give it a time frame, but for every one of these, you need 4 of those. It's hard to tell because the workbench is twice as fast as the assembly. You just kind of have to know that, I guess. It's not ideal. Compound sundries 0.8. That doesn't really help me. 0.8. I think that means you could put it on a tinker table because it's less than 1. Not that it really matters, but it does save a bit of money, I guess. I think doing it in my head is still easier, the numbers wise, but seeing that pinned recipe and all the elements is kind of helpful. Could be kind of helpful. We'll see. Compound sundries. They are using 1 per day. This is unnecessary. This is making 5 per day, so it's way more than we need. We just need 5 coated glass feeding into that per 2 days. Which is what that does, so we don't need that one. Not 100% on that, but I think this is all now good enough. This will do the job. 20 people. Scaling up would involve almost as many again. Not quite. Or 11. No. 14 more people if we wanted to double the output. Which isn't awful. And there's kind of space here to do it. We just need to get this out the way, which we can do now. Now that I've got the big shelf, we could fully automate the logistics of this process. No, we couldn't. Kind of. We can do something better that we can look at in a bit. Or now even. Free the staff up. There's not many staff going to be freed up from this. We probably need to stop making again. Or we spend the money on the extra people, which I'm tempted to do on a... Well, why don't we do that? Screw it. We've got the cash. Let's do it. Just hire the people in and do it. Some people will be free from this though. So yeah, not yet. Let's move this first. And then we'll get to it. So... do I want to move that pallet? Not really. Just want to move all of this somewhere else. Might be easier if I pause. I need to extend their zone first, which is going to make them unhappy, and then we'll shrink it again later, and they'll... not new zone, no. Extend. There we go. Not a fan of that happiness system. Maybe the mission that teaches about happiness will be more productive and give us some good ways of working with it when we get to that mission. So what we need to do is move all of this, get rid of that shelf probably. Take you and bring you further over here, although I need to know how far. Sorry, move you guys back. Well, we'll see about the pallets. This will be fine. Bring that down to, yeah, there. And over to there. Move the grabber back to there, and then we put the big shelf in there. Move the other cell over here. And hope that the big shelf has enough storage space that the small shelf is never needed. Yes, we want them to put the finished things on there, but they don't need that much storage. Well, there's 6 benches, so let's allow 6. And then, what was the ratio? This didn't remember it. It's 3 matrix, 1 of each of the others. Oh, that never had it, that's fine. 3 matrix, so 1, 2, 3. There, they can have extras and they can have a little extra. Job done. They're empty, that's empty, that's empty, all this. Shove it all on there for now. Can't quite fit it all. I can't throw them in there. They're going in the bin then just to keep things tidy. Get rid of those shelves there, no longer needed. And then move the pallets, but we want to use both pallets still. So they're going to have to be something like that, maybe. Because we still are selling quite a lot of them. Or want to be. So I want to retrieve, store, and conveyor. But that's going to mean, again, I don't think that works. If you place it wrong, it's wrong. Even if it looks right. There we go. Definitely don't want them buffering a lot in. What is it? The light plate crystal? Yeah. That's going to buffer 12 of them? It doesn't need to. It doesn't matter which pallet they're on. I want them on a pallet, not in the grabbers. There we go. And then a storage there. Because the problem is, it won't grab it unless the storage wants it. That's why you have a buffer inside them. So the retriever won't grab one out unless this one is requesting it. So if there's one in there, it puts it in. That's fine on the pallets, I think. But this one might need a buffer. Not a 12. But let's go with the 3 usual. See how that goes. Automatic retrieval from there. So the bits come in onto the big shelf. The people grab from the big shelf, work on the bench, put the finished thing back on the big shelf, and this grabs it from the other side and feeds it out. You can get a nice little cellar 6 like that, very compact. We could put a splitter up here and have another cellar 6 next to it, and so on and so on. I think it's lovely. We do need to just move that and that so that people can get in. Right, let's let them run in and then we'll lock them in there. There we go. So the workers stay in there and it doesn't really affect their happiness at all for some reason, but there we go. The logistics people can be unassigned. Going to find new jobs for them, because all they're doing at the moment is moving from one pallet to the other while the thing moves it back. We'll find new jobs for them, yeah. What are they complaining about? Work zone has shelves but no logistics people. No, it doesn't. Leave them around the belt. There's the area. What do you mean? Work zone with additional shelves and pallets requires assigned logistics employees. It doesn't. There's nothing to move from shelf to pallet or pallet to pallet. We'll just have to leave that error flashing at us. It doesn't matter. The conveyors are doing all the work. We don't need a logistics person there, because all they were doing is taking from the pallet here, putting it at the pallet at the start. Which is, yeah, we're using the conveyors now. couple of goals were completed in the meantime. Money from game devices, nice. But yeah, we don't really need what's going on there. Don't need any of what's going on in this mission, really. I don't think. We'll see. We might as well extend this zone, because I think we're going to need a bit of space to organise in. Let's get them laid out and then get the people hired in. Or let's hire the people in, then get it laid out. Sure. So assign the people we've got. And then hire in new people. We'll spend the money. If it means that we're not profitable anymore, then my bad. If Wormcorp is going under because of my bad decisions, then so be it. They're only 100 coins a day. We'll make that back, right? One hyperpower light does not make enough profit for all these people. No way. Keep your fingers crossed for us then. Right, assembly. It's going there. Outbound pallet can go with it. A couple of corner shelves, we're doing it the manual way. Inbound pallet, I guess, will face the other way. So that's going to be hyperpower lights, full thing. Okay for now. Elements related to that, so I'm going to get the case nearby. Without blocking it in. It'll be fine. They can wiggle around. They're very wiggly people that we employ here. And then battery related stuff is 4 desks. It's awkward. Could put them all over here. They're in that layout. Corner shelf there and there. Maybe an extra shelf here just in case that helps with anything. Why not? Then we've got all sorts of mess. Can I get that? Yeah, that might be better. Let's get the finished motor bits towards the end. Yeah, might end up with that around the corner or something. And then... Sure, maybe like that. Just with a corner shelf there. Yeah, it reaches both work spots. Just doesn't look right for some reason. 3 of these. Let's go with there. Not so sure about that either. Yeah, whatever. They'll find their way. The workers and everything. That's the gears going into them, and then we just got that. And that. I mean, it's all kind of tight enough, isn't it? I'll work it out. That there, that there. One for them would go there or there. That works. One for these guys, or 2 for those guys. Seems fine. Everything should find its way where it needs to. We just need to buy in everything we need, which is going to be metal, plastic, glass, chemicals, metal, plastic, glass, chemicals. Do we need electronic parts? Or wood would be the only other things. I think that's a no on both. Seems good. Okay. So we just also need Soul Zone to be renamed to Toy Robot Production Zone and hire 4 logistics people just to be safe. Plus we can add policies. Need to remember that. I want to assemble quicker because it was a fractional bit in there. Crafting speed would then undo all that. Unless we slowed it down. No. Don't want to slow anything down really. Pick faster but walk slower. Well, we've got stuff in the right places, that makes a lot of sense. The logistics guys would walk slower as well, I assume, but I think the distances are okay, so let's go for that. If there's no production, well, there is production, so let's leave the rest. That error's just going to keep blinking at us. We'll leave it to its unpause. Everyone should just get to work. Hopefully. There's room here. I don't know if they're unhappy because of the room that is here. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, quite unhappy. Whatever. Yeah. We could double this up in this space quite easily if we're not making them quick enough. But with 3 of them, we'll see how it goes. 3 assembly tables. 1 per day. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. This is full. That's got 1 in it, so this is building up stock, and then it all gets sold off. Lovely. It works. The big shelf here has got what it needs, and the input into it is buffering itself up properly. I really like this automated factory look. It's just very complicated and fiddly to build. The game doesn't lend itself well to doing this because of this is a really, really simple product we're making here, and the more you add, the more you need just like a big open space to work in. I guess we should have used that building. Maybe it would be viable in there. Don't know. Seems good though. Hopefully in future missions we get to play around more with it, get some more complicated stuff done effectively. Would be nice. Research isn't happening because we need a type of research point we're not making. Okay, give up on that. Didn't realise that. I'd queued up something we can't actually research. What was it? It was the polished bot chassis. It needs a different shaped one. Research point level 3, I assume that is. Interesting. Like a triangle type thing, which we don't have at this tier, so we probably need an analysis desk 2 or 3, which I'm not going to bother with because it seems like we can finish this mission without it, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. Can't progress that one, can progress game devices. Go for it. We're typically selling 24, 25. We can sell 30, so we can hold at that price. Maybe even drop it, increase the price of it. Here you go, 21% discount, we can still do 26. Did things slow down or something? No. 26 is still good. Try and keep that up then. Let's go, can't progress that. Only just started selling these, but we are selling toy bots. Good. Are we going to make 180 grand in this quarter? It seems doable, actually. I guess we'll see. We might as well have 2 other goals. What could we actually achieve? Generate research data, create components. Craft modules of tier 2 or higher. I don't know if we're doing that at all. Increase worth by 500,000 seems too much. Products with feature value. Don't think we got that. Oh, we might do 400 in a quarter. Maybe. Give it a go. Might as well do something. I'm just going to trim, as we're not currently using it. Trim that zone back, make people a little happier. Apparently people are very unhappy. Don't know what the reason for it is. Yeah, work zone was too big. They want space per employee in the zone to be good, but the zone not too big. So they want it to be big, but not too big. It's just, what a nightmare to micromanage. Don't wanna. Over here they're unhappy because they can't reach an exit. It does affect them. That's interesting. And kind of good, but yeah. Interesting. Didn't know if it would affect them, but it does. We just extend this zone a little. I don't mind taking the tiny production hit to open this up. On that side I don't. This side I have not done a good job of that. We'd need to rotate this one, which, okay. It's a slightly bigger production hit because of the distance of walking there, but I will take it to improve happiness. Because it affects production speed significantly. Yeah. Which we don't want. We have unlocked the snowman somehow for some reason, so can I just, we got a lot of money, can I spam them in here? anywhere there's a little bit of room. You guys really happy now? Yeah. I don't know if it's because of the snowman or because I opened a route to the fire escape, but they're going to be happier. Let's try it over here as well. I don't know. We finished one of those goals pretty easy. How's that? You guys happier now because of decorations? Apparently so. 17% happier just because there's a ton of snowmen shoved in the corner. If you can't tell, I don't like these kind of systems. What's the point of all that? I mean, come on. Oh well. These guys are above the middle. The middle. That'll do. Doing here, we're a third of the way into the quarter. We are not a third of the way into the money. We're a quarter of the way. So we do need to make more toy robots. Or at least more profit from them. We are selling something that has the feature value needed. Okay, so if we need more, we can set up a separate production zone so that people are happier with all the same stuff in it. Just the finished goods will be conveyed into this pallet from their pallet. Or there's not really any point in doing that either, is there? We can just sell from their pallets. I mean, can I just copy paste this entire thing? Is there a tool for that? I don't think there is. But if we just do exactly the same thing on the other side of the room but in its own zone, which, yeah, I don't like that either because it's not enough to fill this pallet up. I don't know. There's a lot of this I don't quite like. I don't think it is put together very well. But whatever, we'll live. Make me a new zone. It's right there. The Kappa zone will actually become Toy Robot Production Zone 2. We'll apply the same thing we did, which was assembly, speed, and storage ergonomy. Sure. Good. Oh, it's not touching the delivery area. That won't work, will it? That's a significant difference between them. Let's extend it by the bare minimum amount to get it to touch the zone. Is that the bare minimum? Let's not. We'll just add more snowmen. That'll be fine. More snowmen and more logistics people. The money we've got is doing fine. Somehow. Assembly. Handheld assembly. 3 of them there. Then we've got 3 tinker benches. Ooh, maybe they'll be better. Doesn't matter. Logistics guys are going to do the jobs. So that is plastic parts, plastic bot chassis, and plastic sundries. These are hyperpal lights. Okay, then we've got, let's do this, 4 chemistry tables. Which are doing single cell, enhanced, and enhanced. There we go. Next up, who knows? 2 basic workbenches making engines. They can live there. 3 making gears. And then 2 making mechanical whatevers. Fed by 3 tinker tables doing the bits that feed into that. Blocked all the doors, but they can get out the big ones, so that's fine. Yeah, that's all fine. Bunch of shelves are needed. Keep everything moving. This there. 1, there and there. Extra shelving just in case it helps. There and there. One there. There and there. That should be enough shelving all over the place. I do think zones should be contiguous. So let's add that much. Or let's even add that. And we will fill that with snowmen because that's the only decoration we've got. That'll do for now. We'll see how unhappy they are. Go from there. We need metal, plastic, glass and chemical. And we need other one, hyperpower, to be sold from there. We need to set the recipes on these. Actually didn't do that, did I? This is the engine unit. These are gears. These are mechanical parts. And gears that feed them, plus compound sundries, which need coated glass. They all need staff. Let's check that actually, because I talked about that in the last session too. Is there a shortcut to hire someone? Go to the employees page. Not sure if that will help. Maybe. Don't see it other than that. Extend work zone human resources. Would that help? What's that F4? That's the one up here. So here... What of chemistry table 6 that's not got someone working on it in the pet production zone? Let's hire someone. Okay, yeah, you can do it here. And this is logistics stuff. So, toy robot production zones. I can add 1, 2, 3, 4 logistics people. Great. And then this zone is, yeah, so I can just come down here and quick hire all these. I have a crazy number of really expensive employees, but maybe we'll get the job done. Who knows? Without having to fiddle around with more machines and more complexity. Unnecessary complexity. We'll see how it goes. These guys they have a happiness. And they're fine. The work zone is a bit big, but they've got space. Whatever that means. Don't have enough engine units, don't have enough battery units. I think it's just the ratios between stuff are a little off because of happiness and various other little numbers, which, you know, I don't like in a production game. Round numbers make for easy math that makes things make sense and line up nice and no weird error messages that are actually irrelevant and so on and so on. So maybe another one of those games where I think they've just added too much fluff just for the sake of it, instead of really focusing the core gameplay down into something fundamentally enjoyable. But no, I could be wrong. Should get up and running, shouldn't it? This one's... Well, this research should also stall out at halfway, but it hasn't. They are researching, just very slowly. Should we speed that up? I'm not sure we're going to use the research, but if we're doing it, and we've got the points, why not? I don't want to block them in, but don't want to block the door either, so we'll put them there. We'll have 2 researchers that we pay 5 times more than the other 2. And hope they never find out. And don't unionise against us. Well, I don't know. We'll just pay the other guys the amount. Wouldn't mind. Apparently we're very, very profitable up here on the mountaintop. Somehow. 6 of those. Are they going to make... And they've got more. Why are they... They just don't have enough logistics people here. Virtual pet production. Yeah, they only got 1. Let's spend more. Let's go crazy just in case. They're moving properly. We should have a lot more then. So we're going to sell virtual pets. We can do 12, typically doing 6. So yeah, that's probably okay. Maybe 26, and we're doing 26, so we want to discount a little further. Let's go with 30 then, 25%. Oh, we can even progress. Let's progress. Phase 6 of both markets. Phase 7 on the virtual pet. Our market appeal is 0.1. But we're trying to sell like 6 a week, so let's go with 10%. Let's go more, in case we are trying to sell more. We can sell 15, which is enough, at 15% discount. Sure. An appeal of 0.3 on our game device. Sell 28, which is enough. The toy robot has a 5.0 market appeal, much better. Let's progress the phase though, why not? Now it's a 3.1. That'll let us sell 26, and we're doing like 6, so yeah, we're good. They're about to do more. No chemicals? No chemical compound. There is... What have I done wrong here? I'm confused. They're trying to make enhanced battery stack. It uses chemical compound. Oh, one of them... Where are we? One is battery, one is chemical compound. There we go. That's better. We should fix that problem in a minute. So here we go. So this quarter, we don't think we're going to make it on this. Next quarter, standard chance. Is there any other thing we could do? Make a bunch of components. Go for it. Try it. And yeah, they're doing fine making little game devices over here. Lovely. I do like this. A bit pessimistic about the whole conveyor system and just how complex it all is. But having an automated production is really nice. It only really makes sense if you can do the whole thing automated. It'd be nice if we can end up doing the assembly automated too, but not sure if that'll be a thing. Though this little cell is nice. Just need to add some happiness to balance out them getting trapped in there. Surrounded by snowmen. Seems fun. I've got a bunch of success points. Do we want anything? Could unlock this, couldn't I? If there is case and chassis of production in the zone, the assembly goes up. I mean, that helps in these zones, doesn't it? Toy robot production. Add... what was it called? Case synergy. So now the production time is down. The assembly time is boosted by 25% from case synergy and production. Yeah, from the boost. Picking speed is up, walking speed is down. Don't know what lucky assembly is. High happiness effect. So what if they're 80% happy, they can get lucky on the production, whatever that means? And however you factor that into your math. And assembly spare parts plus 5%. Don't know what that means either. Spare parts. Chance of not consuming something, maybe a case. Spare parts, don't know. Maybe we'll learn about that at some point in another mission. Who knows? That is boosting speed. Not as much as I was expecting, but somewhat. 2.5 days per thing. Should mean they're constantly complaining about not having materials. Because they're going too quick now. In fact, it's almost worth changing the other bits around. If we got that one, then instead of assembly speed, why don't we add module? Because we've got components and modules, and neither's more helpful than the other, yeah. Doesn't make a difference, I don't think. Too fiddly. Leave them to it. Well, we're not done bad, actually. Having sped up with the second cell, maybe that's influencing it, but we're over halfway at half point. It's possible we'll get there if we keep going. Do we have? These are modules. These are components, right? Other way around. Green ones are components. Yeah, it's too much of a mix, I think, to benefit from that. We can progress game device to face heaven. It's pretty high and pretty crazy thing to do, but there we go. Doing around this number, so yeah, I would like to discount more. 34 is more than enough, 30% is happy with me. They expect 9.5 battery life. I don't think we can do that. Maybe if we researched everything it would become possible. But then the production lines would be so crazy that... who knows? I don't know how you do it. It's complicated enough with the tables and the people. How you would get the conveyor belt lines organised and laid out for anything else is... I think this array is skippable. Offers no benefit. Should just have one in-feed with lots and lots of splitters with lots of buffers inside of them. That's the best way to do it, probably. We'll try that next time, you know. The market domination is done, so that one. It's going to increase demand, which in turn means we can sell at a higher price at a lower demand, so that's good. We can decrease our discount if we increase demand. This guy's good. Yeah, it's not the logistics slowing them down, it is the production. It's fine. A research is actually going to finish. Quadruple battery stacks, that could help, you know. I'm hoping we don't need to, but if we do. Thank you for revising the modification. Mayor's a big fan of our Machines for Future automation project. On we go. Cool. We didn't have to wait to the end of the quarter, I see. We got the thing, so it's progressed us. There's a charity event. Lots of toys produced from our low energy machines. Okay. We need to reduce machine output for our new assignment. Why? Because it saves energy. Okay. What does that mean? So all machines have now been modified to do 30% slower. So why wouldn't I just switch to benches instead? Like, what's... Okay. Whatever. Might need to increase production speed by, you know, making me rebuild the whole thing all over again, which I'm not going to do. Do we want to do risky stuff and blow up machines for more productivity? No. Sorry, any thrill seekers out there who wanted to see stuff blow up? No, we'll just leave this going. We need to sell 100 of each thing. We make each thing. The virtual pet will be the slowest, but we'll get 100 done in a few weeks. Could we speed this up? I don't think we can in a meaningful way. We'd need to move to a different building. Which isn't crazy. We could swap them. Swap this room. Oh, we got free staff again. Okay. So if I find expensive people and fire them, then the extra staff they gave us will be cheaper and we can put them in here. Bit naughty. Again, I won't tell the unions. How many more people we got? One. Sure. Any other... I don't know. You're expensive, right? Bye. There we go. Saves a bit of money. Not that we need to, with 2.5 million in the bank. Yeah. Our virtual pets are actually selling around the same rate as our toy robots, so I don't think we need to change anything there. We could, I was thinking, put this automated loop in this building, because it'll probably fit. And then that stuff could come into the bigger room to expand, but looks like we don't need to bother. There's no point. Won't get the objective done any quicker. We can go to phase 8 of game devices. They now want image processing. I'm not sure if we've even researched anything that does that. We have 0 market appeal, but we can still sell 35. Guess that goal helped with that. We can even decrease our discount, make a load of money. Virtual pet can be upgraded to phase 8 as well. All the messages that we're trying to sell, yeah, like 13 at most, and we can do 14, so that's good at 15% discount. The robots can be upgraded. We're trying to sell 14, 15, and this is 17 with no discount, so there we go. It's phase 3, which we know is going to be an objective in the future. We saw that, so we've already done that one. That's good. Toy collection. So this was the sell 300 toys thing. It's 100 of each type, specifically. That's fine, we're halfway there. Any more goals to add in? We've got nothing moving. Lots of options. Could we make 350 grand from robots? Maybe. Feature sum of 2,000 seems unlikely because we've not made a great one. 200 virtual pets, we couldn't do it earlier. We have sped up, but not by that much. I don't think it's going to really happen. I don't know any of these really. I'm sure someone will. I mean, that component one happened pretty quick. We can do that again, which improves all crafting speed by 15%. That's pretty crazy. Let's try the toy one, that might happen. And make 600 grand from game devices. It's possible. We've got the market pretty high up graded, so it could happen. We are making money, you know. So everything's boosted here as well. Crafting 10% from the goal, a little bit from happiness. Happiness isn't that high though, yeah. Interesting, 10% boost everywhere. One in every 0.44 days. The big boost we've given to assembly speed, it could all be coming together, kind of. Ultimately. Working well for us, sure. Seems good. Virtual Pet is lagging behind a bit. Not any problems though, are there? No. The pallet might not be big enough, that is a problem. It's close, but I think it's good. There on the game devices, 12 more robots and 21 more pets. By the time I've fiddled around to make anything quicker, it will be done, so we won't worry about that. And what's up next? Oh, I didn't realise that. We're getting money for completing objectives. That might be why we've got 3 million in the bank now. Replace all machines. That's, yeah, what I'm not looking forward to. But all it really does is disables our game device production if replace means delete, and that doesn't really matter. I don't think our money's so good now it doesn't matter. We're already in market phase 3. How we generate charity points is going to be, I don't know. If we can just throw money at it, then we've won already, I think. But yeah, replace all machines sounds like it's going to be a nightmare. Or would be a nightmare if we had built any more machine work, which is, I guess, why I didn't want to, seeing that ahead. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong about what it means. We'll see. Very soon. 11 more pets to sell. Something in research. Do I need to... yeah, I need to cancel that one as well. We're not generating those points. Those ones we are. Research that. Just keep an eye on that, because I just queued everything up without looking at what points were required. I don't think it's worth getting the 3rd and 4th type done. 1 more pet to progress. It's probably going to give us a bunch of free people, isn't it? Maybe we'll just leave them there. We'll pay them to do nothing. Who cares? We got the money. We just pay them to freeze outside. Maybe 1 more day, and we will sell off what we got and be all good. Cool. There we go. We had already done... Right. So whatever that replace all machines thing was, we just did it automatically. So I don't know what that objective was or what it meant. Replace all machines. I don't know. Replace, as in move them? Because I moved these earlier. Did that count? Who knows? Whatever. We did it. There's been no optional objectives this whole mission as well, which is interesting, so I don't need to worry about them. We've got 3 products in phase, more than phase 3. We're at 1600 charity points. Okay, let's hope Inspector Yang is going to teach us what that's all about. I've got some kind of achievement for doing something in this mission, who knows what. Energy saving aspect earns us 500 points in charity rating. Okay, what else gives us charity rating? Did I accidentally skip that or something? Was I too slow on the explanation? How else do I get charity points? No idea. Oh, right, so my choice of saying no earlier gave us 500 points now, I guess. I wonder if replace all machines is if you said yes, did everything explode and you needed to rebuild it? Maybe it was only related to saying yes earlier, so I picked the correct option. Who knows? I got another achievement for whatever that was, it just popped up. Completing this, maybe? The game device things. Gonna give us a bunch of success points, which we really don't need. Oh well. Let's have a quick look actually at achievements to buy order. So that was... I don't know. Charity's got more than enough visibility thanks to me. Goal-oriented, the machinery. 0.4% of players got that. Don't know how I got that one. Something on this mission I did. And then... yeah, choosing no got an achievement. It was like just the correct option. We hate that, don't we? Game gives you a choice and it just doesn't. Like, one of them is the correct option and it's not clear. Oh well, let's progress in every single market. What do we need to have? We need to have about 13 for this. 5% discount will do. We need to have about 11 on this, which is fine at 15%. Market appeal is now in the negative. People really shouldn't be buying this, and yet some people are still paying 3,800 for it. Okay. A little extra discount here wouldn't hurt. Go to 30%. It still makes a lot of money. It's still got room for it in the future as well. Anyhow, our charity rating is almost 3,000. It seems to be going up over time, so I don't think I need to do anything. I just don't know how. I've obviously missed something. Like, didn't click it fast enough or whatever. Missed the explanation for how you get charity points. I assume it's like selling toys. Is it like selling them with a discount maybe, or who knows? Whatever it is, we appear to be doing it. When this next week rolls around, I think we'll get more points. End of this day. I don't think there's any button I can click that'll change it. There, yeah, not many points though. Interesting. So we gain 2,500 very quickly, and then each week we're gaining a few. Can we do anything? You think maybe achieving goals would affect it? Which we might do at the end of next week. Don't know. Maybe I should just, I don't know, Google up what it's supposed to do. We'll be patient. We'll be fine. We're about to win the mission. With all 3 trophies and everything. Which is good. Good timing. It took about as long as I thought it would, which is cool. Even with fiddling around with the complexities of all this. We'll get to look at the next mission a bit too. Should be good. Yes, we got charity rating for completing a goal. For whatever reason. I don't think we're going to get another 1,000 components in a day though, so that's not going to happen. Is there any other one we could get done realistically quick, which would progress us? Maybe selling robots is possible. That doesn't seem 5.4 feature, I don't think we've got at all. Adding 500,000 seems possible because we're up to 4 already. And generating data, because it's quite a low level one, might happen. Why are we paused? Does it? No, don't know why we're paused. Okay, Good. That's interesting, actually. If you put a medium... I wonder if being locked in counts diagonals, because they can walk diagonal, can't they? So if we put her overhead... If we lengthen this out a bit and put an overhead in, then it would open up a gap they could walk through, and our little tight-knit production cell wouldn't be such an issue. This is getting pretty busy, yeah, and it's not even... I don't think I've done half of what the dev intended you to do on this mission. It's interesting. And we're about halfway through the campaign, I think, so there's still stuff to add and learn about. I said it earlier, I think it's another one of the games where they've shoved too much in. They had lots of good ideas and shoved them all into a game. And sometimes a few good ideas is enough. A few good ideas with a lot of polish is better than a lot of ideas jammed into a game. Even if they're all good ideas. Yeah, it looks like our net worth is going to go up massively. Will it jump up if we spend? If I just arbitrarily buy a bunch of expensive machinery. Yeah, there we go. Goal complete. That did not give us quite enough charity rating. Need 7 more points. Which, that is not happening at all. Well, I have to wait. Hopefully at the end of the week we get 7 points for whatever it is that you get points for. And that'll be mission complete, I think. There we go. Made a lot of children happy, sure, says the bad guy. Maybe they're not so bad after all. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, Mr. Goodman is the bad guy, I see. Monsieur Vaillant is the good billionaire. Blah, 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 blah. Something's going on. Sure. We win. 3 trophies. Lots of blah, blah, blah. Back to the map. Or not. Game. Hello. Return to map. Just resets the music track, I think. This is not the map. Can I save the game just in case? Return to main menu also not working. Okay, good. Bugs. It explodes my PC and there's bugs. Let's try again. Let it close and open it back up. In limbo, yeah. Between missions. We good? Yeah, we're capturing. Good. Reload the game. Not having the best of luck today. Technical side of things. Oh well. It's weird, yeah. In we are. Campaign. Get flashbanged. We have 3 trophies on this mission. Good. That saved fine or whatever. So the fork is done. Here, the mission called A Happy Workforce, I assume, is where they're going to teach us about happiness ratings. So this mission had happiness enabled, even though you can get to it without doing that training. I think that's a bad thing. But I could be wrong, I guess. Maybe they never teach you about it. We could also never do that mission and just go ahead now to top of the top. Which is unusual to me. Yeah. If every mission is teaching you something, I don't think they should have forked paths like this. It's weird. We're not going to skip anything. We're going to go back and do the other fork. We'll do bet on bots next. Due to product malfunctions, we need to evaluate our safety measures. So a lesson on safety? Who knows? Let's find out. We don't know their name even though we met them in the last mission. Great. This person we actually don't know. This is Inspector Yang. This is Dan the Man Correa, independent engineer and aviation enthusiast. Some complaints about our courier bots malfunctioning. We're going to evaluate our production process. Alright, so we're going to learn about company policies. Sure. Can I sign up to 3 policies? I know, we did it in the last mission. Can see them, you can select them, you can remove and change them whenever you want. Excellent. Go to work zone. In our assembly zone, we're going to add the safety rating for all products assembled is increased, but the speed is decreased. Okay. What does a safety rating do? But sure. Business development unlocks more. We know, we saw it in the last mission. We're going to take on the company goal safety first in order to progress. This mission does... Oh no, it doesn't have optionals, it has requireds. So company goal, safety first. Produce 20 products with a safety rating of 1 or higher. Well, everything we're assembling in that zone is going to be 1, so seems good. Make calculators, make money with computers. What are we actually doing in this factory? We've got a research room. I don't like having pre-built factories. I do like this flag though. Worm Corp, very nice. It's a shame that the logos in the game didn't allow for a dragon or anything, but you know, still, nice flag. I don't like pre-built bases because it takes so long for me to work out what's going on. I'd rather make my own. I'd rather delete everything that's here and start again than try and work it all out, but there is so much here. They've got courier people bringing things around, so someone somewhere is making battery cells, motors and compartments and bringing them over here for research. Here we're making mechanical parts, like metal related stuff, but the mechanical parts are being moved. Yeah, it's right jumble. I think pretty soon we are just going to rip this all out because it's way too confusing for me. I just don't want to rip it out if it's kind of needed to do objectives. We have a spare building. I could just ignore this, assuming that they've set it up to function on its own and do my own thing in the spare building. Could be. We can research. We appear to only be creating level 1 points. No, we should be making 1 and 2. Okay. So we can research all of them. We can research them. And all of these from the looks of it. Probably not the ideal sequence, but it seems fine. I think the mission we've just done is ahead of this one. So I think we're kind of good. So that last, the cargo bay needs the level 3 research, so we'll leave that one. Everything else seems fine, so we'll let that tick along in the background. Until I rip it all out because I get fed up with it. What are we even making? These guys are making courier bots, so we're not making any calculators or computers yet at all. We have the markets open and they're quite high level. We can discover some other ones. So if we want to progress these goals, we need to make some computers and calculators. Let's get to the blueprint designer. Here is our reliable transporter 1.2. Very nice courier bot that we make there. Very nice. Let's make ourselves a new calculator. Do we want a basic one? I mean, we're quite far in, right? So probably we want to use at least the plastic case. It's easy enough to make. Unless they care. They care about style, but not about ecology. Yeah. So adding half a style from the wood case, I don't think it's worth it. But plastic case. Stretchy one? Let's do a stretchy one for once. We usually do the other. And a yellow square root. Sure. The exclusive Bepo Max? I like that name. That's a good calculator name. we need 2 display and 3.5 battery life. So we've got... we don't have all the things we had in the last mission, kind of annoying. Double battery stack 3 times gives us lots of battery. Kind of overkill. I think we go 2 times and underdo it would be best. It's quite a high level market already, so we can underdo it without being crazy. 2 display fidelity would be good. 2 matrices like that, and that's all we can do. A bit of processing power would go a long way, but they are all, yeah, bigger than the space I've left. So unless we change the LED matrix down to LED array, doesn't seem worth it. Would be underdoing the fidelity just to add the processing power, and they're worth an equal amount. I mean, let's find out. That's 560 plus one of them, so that's 569. That's 570. Okay, so the same deal, but this would be easier to make. 2 battery and 2 LED matrix per exclusive Bepo Max. Market appeal of 2.2. That's not very good. It's really not very good. I mean, we'd still make a reasonable amount of money, but it's not future-proof if the mission's even going to go that far with the calculators. It's simple. Let's do it. Yeah, it's low value, but it's simple. The exclusive Bepo Max has been designed. While we're designing, let's make our pocket computer design as well. Again, let's try and do a plastic case one that I find acceptable. Let's make about an edgy business this time in cool stone. Very edgy. Sure. We need a little battery life. That'll do. We need a little display. That would be good. And some processing power is required this time. Simple circuits are... well, logic circuit isn't bad. It's just plastic parts added. It's not bad. That would be acceptable. We can add more, but it would be a bit complicated with 2 different types of circuit. So that's 617. It would also make less profit to add it on. So the amount people care just isn't enough. That's fine with me. Everything's ticked. We're good on the fidelity and the battery life, like maxed out. The profit's reasonable. Processing power's acceptable. The friendly brain I/O, fine with me. Good. Those 2 things, and we'll use this spare building to get them moving, and hope we don't need even more space for anything in the future. What I would like to do is use our very clever button I found earlier. Can we go from here? If I go to the exclusive Bepo and pin, I get a little guide up here. Excellent. I'm not sure it really helps. I don't know, it gives too much. I don't really need the base material. Fold that in, fold that in, fold that in. That's what I'm after, really. So if we make assembly, handheld assembly, one of them. Just interesting to know if 2. I guess it would give us fractions if it was, yeah, less than 1. 1 assembly table is the equivalent of a tinker table in terms of speed, right? So an exclusive Bepo needs 1 plastic case per 2 days. Plastic case makes 1 per day, so no, not even. Yeah, it's not helpful. If I'm saying 1, I mean 1 assembly table, and I don't know, it's difficult. I don't think this really helps. The numbers don't really help. I want that menu to help, but I don't think it does, so we'll leave that. 2 assemblies go to 1 of them at base rate, but I think that's how you have to work. Every 2 days we need 2 cases. That makes that job done there. Then we've got 4 LED matrix every 2 days, 2 LED matrix every day, which is an upgraded chemistry table doing that. That'll do 2 per day. To do that, it needs 4 circuit boards per day. Circuit board. This makes 5 per day. Job done there. Also need 2 double battery stacks per day. And this makes 1 per day, so that makes 2 per day. They are fed in 1-to-1 with the battery stack as we've seen before. So a table with battery stack to that, blah 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 blah. That's self-contained. We could quite easily double that, I think, and make good money. So I think we should. Just kind of need to tidy up a bit before we do that. So assembly down this side. Add 2 more assembly tables. Fits very nicely for once. Then are we gonna? Yeah. Well, in this case, I can upgrade that table. That doubles that and have double LED matrix like that. That's a nice set of 3. That's always easy. That's blocking the way to where the pallet's going to live, so let's put it on this wall instead. There we go. Then we need 2 more chemistry tables, and we need to upgrade that table. That's making battery and battery. It's easier to have them kind of in the same block. I don't want to block the door off. Oh, they can get through this little door and this big door. So I can block this off if we're not like using conveyors or couriers or anything like that, which I don't intend to. So if you put big batteries on the back wall and little ones on the middle, that'll do that. And then case can fit in that little gap there. And it's not as compact as it could be, but it's pretty neat and tidy. So a shelf they share, shelf they share, shelves for them, shelf for them, one for them to share, one for them to share, extra ones for them, and yeah, that space isn't great. Maybe a medium shelf in that gap. We've produced the safe robots. Good for us. Policies is an effective way to improve production standards. Sure. Keep an eye on business development for new policies to unlock. We'll look at that when we need to. Use policies to improve product assembly. Unlock assembly, support, and apply product output to a relevant assembly zone. Business development. Assembly support unlocks product output to encasing synergy. We've seen casing synergy. If they're making cases in that same zone, assembly goes quicker. And production output is assembly goes quicker, but crafting goes slower. So let's unlock it as instructed. And then it works in this case. They've got the courier guys, or you could have conveyors moving everything around. So each work zone is very, very specialized. Not like the one I've made over here, which is not at all. So this assembly zone can have the output, because it won't actually slow anything down. All of the ingredients are being delivered in, not made there. Makes sense if you want to build that way. Policy effective match is set up at the work zone. Don't want to affect whatever. Company is bankrupt. Well, that hasn't happened before. I just didn't even look at the money while I built this, right? Oops. Can we reorganize our zones to make our policies work better? Higher tier policies have a strong positive effect at a cost. There are ways to manage the downside. Specialist zones like research only help, sure. Read the descriptions carefully. Fine. Apply an assembly policy to a zone that is set for product assembly only. Apply module policy to a zone that is set for module production only and components to component only. So this area is all components. The heavy metal zone. So you want a policy that affects components only. 10% components. Right, that's going to be the best one. Don't see anything else. Yep, go for it. And then a module production only is happening here. They're all purple. Yep. So in this zone, the module zone, helpful name. Modules go faster, but assembly goes slower. Perfect. Completed some research. Here's Richard Goodman. What are we dealing with while his profits are sky? Yeah, our profits aren't great. I don't think we should get into profit talk. Sorry to hear about the courier bots. Looking for a janitor. Ha ha ha. Okay. Hilarious. How about we enter delivery drone? Don't really have space to make them. Maybe? Maybe later. Got a safety fuse thing. Great. Craft some safety fuses. Let's finish what I'm halfway through, if I can afford to. If we can get this up and running, we'll make money, which is good. I know I've just bankrupted us by placing 2 pallets. Me, jeez. Money was not so strong on this mission. I got a bit complacent there, I think. Trim that all up. There's no happiness in this mission. I don't need to mess around like this. Never mind. But we could add some, whatever these things are called again. Policies here. We could add casing synergy. That'll increase assembly. We can increase the safety rating of our calculators by 1. We don't have an objective to do that, so I don't think we're going to. Everything else has a balance we don't want, but we can just add 10% crafting tool components. We might as well go for it. I think we need to go bankrupt. We get 180 days to come out of bankruptcy, which is plenty of time for this to turn a profit, whatever we spend. So assign me to come do logistics and bring a second and a third, just in case. And then let's do that clever thing from the employee overview. Sort by zone and hire in all these tables. Good. So you're at negative 10 grand, that's not great. What do we need here? Chemicals, plastic, metal. Yep. Is that it? Chemicals, plastic and metal. Yep. It appears that they can't get in through the side door for some reason. Oh, because I've blocked the routes. With the pallets. Clever me. Okay, we need to extend that zone back out. And then move them pallets around. Yeah, that's a shame, but never mind. It's still alright. It's fine. Let me just add the rule for the exclusive Beepo Max to sell there. Okay. Now they can get in through the other door, yeah, the side door or whatever. Good. Company goals, are we... Doesn't really matter, we've completed one and the others we're progressing on. Back in the negative, but that'll sort itself out pretty quick. I don't see us having, unless I'm missing a whole building, I don't see us having the space to do pocket computers and anything else. Unless we somehow incorporate safety fuses into our pocket computers. That's possible, isn't it? Why don't we set up a new... Why don't we do the safety fuses first and see if it leads to that? Just in case. Not what I wanted to do. My bad. But that colour is more helpful here. Let's go with that one. The spider zone. We actually rename Maple Zone to calculator. Auction zone. We'll have to leave spider zone for now until we know for sure what we're making here. But we will just get a pallet. And I guess a basic workbench will make safety fuses. Nope. I probably need to research the electronics bench or something, right? Ooh, lots of nice plants on this mission. Office decor. Which is no point because we haven't unlocked happiness yet. but oh well. Right, business development. Give me electronics workbench. Don't really care about any of them yet. That'll do. Research could do with fiddling with, but I guess we'll just leave that until I have the patience to fiddle with things. What are we doing here? They don't have any electronic components. My bad. I should fix that. Electronics workbench. Makes safety fuse from plastic, glass and metal. Simple enough. Missing a key ingredient that goes in real fuses, but never mind. I guess these ones don't actually have to function. Or was it metal, plastic and glass? Maybe glass is the facsimile for it. Who knows? Let's hire someone to work on that. Oh, we are really in the negative. Like, really in the negative. Uh-oh. Add a rule for safety fuses. And hey, sell them for now. Just, it's money and we kind of need money. Pretty badly. What are we even, like, selling? So, calculator. So now we can sell up to 7. Ooh, that's not as good as I was hoping. Maybe some passive effects from goals are needed to improve it. We're not doing any of them. And a courier bots, we are selling about 8 out of 15 that we could. Seems fine. Nothing's discounted and everything's selling as much as it can, so if we're not making money it's because they've given me a junk base that's no good. Everything there gets sold. So it shouldn't be so bad. We sell half of their surpluses and stuff like that. It's all clever, I guess not how I would work. I don't think we're too wasteful on our research or anything. I think we should stop researching small compartments though, because that's all they're researching, and it's just adding lots of level 1 points and none of level 2s, and we need both. So I'm going to disable small compartment research and disable the putting of small compartments there and there, and the courier route that brings small compartments. Can stop giving us small compartments there and unload them in the place that sells them instead. Okay, safety fuses done. I think we were awarded some money for completing that, which is helpful. Crafting and selling fuses is taking longer than expected. Need to speed up. Let's use more policies. Sure. Produce 10 courier bots with a safety fuse installed per week. That's courier bots, not the new market. So this would be the time to rip everything out and start again. Yeah, and it certainly feels that way. 10 per week is quite a lot as well. Not a huge amount, but quite a lot. Okay. First up, stop buying materials here. Turn them all into fuses and sell them. Why are you saying you haven't got any? It's right there. Oh, that's the wrong thing to do, isn't it? You don't delete it, you switch it to logistics only. There we go. Then you can use up what we've got and return it to money. Because we're low on money, I don't want to be wasteful, I don't want to be throwing stuff in the bin or whatever. Let's not do that. Who is complaining? The thing I'm just fiddling with. That's fine. Do we want to do the same in other areas? I'm not sure we're making enough money just from calculators in order to switch everything off. So I kind of feel like we should set up computer production. Make profit from computer production. That'll let us disable the courier bots without losing out too much. Hopefully. Can also build out... I mean, our cash is kind of okay now. I think we'll live. But it might be an idea to disable research entirely. Just to stop spending money or stop missing out on money. I think we probably should, yeah. I don't think there's any easy way of injecting safety fuses into this whole picture, so not for me, not for my brain. It's fine. Keep that ticking along. Let's do it. I want to delete everything, including the research, and start it again. So, let us do so. Thing to do would be stop delivering new stuff into here. Again, that should have small compartment as logistics only. What we want to do is go to the courier route for modules and delete the research stop for now. They can carry on. Let's re-enable small compartment. Everything that's being delivered we will cycle through, but don't deliver anything new. That'll be fine. Just, yeah. If this is the way that you would work by separating everything out, then being given this space might be very helpful for you, might work very well for you. It doesn't for me. This looks really busy and cluttered, and yeah, we need to start again if I'm going to get these courier bots with fuses done. Just fine, we'll get it done. You should have small compartments. They are here. And they're allowed here, so why are you not moving them there? It's small compartments here as logistics only. This shelf allows small compartments. Store items here. Nope, not interested. Okay, maybe some will go to waste then if I can't work that out. This guy's done all he can, so goodbye. Get rid of that bench, and maybe I can find somewhere to put them where they'll go to use. Metal and plastic can function here from the looks of it. Don't know about glass, don't think that goes anywhere. Throw that in the bin then. Next week rolls around, we'll sell all them off and that can go, and then we can set up our production of computers here to get that moving. What about goals? Can we commit to anything else? The fuse thing we'll do later. Things with fuses we'll do later. Things with safety of 3 is going to have to be done later, so no, never mind there. 200 calculators in a quarter seems unlikely, even at the good rate we're doing at the moment. How many have we got there? 16? No, 13. We can only sell 7. We're making more than we can sell. Damn. Discount then. Sell 15 at 15% discount. Maybe that'll be enough. It's just slow because it has been building up over time. We'll give that a go for a while, see if that goes. One more day and that one. Oh, I don't know if there's a limit on how many safety fuses we can sell in a week. Oh, it appears no one is buying them. Okay. Don't quite understand that. They're here. They're to be sold. The week went round, none of them left. I guess, yeah. I guess that is how that works. Let's move them. Spare room here? Not really. Spare room on this one. But you can't sell because that's not a delivery area. But there's not. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll put them back in here. Leave the sell order on just in case it does happen, and we'll just move that around the corner. I'll have to extend the zone. Okay, have to extend the zone a little bit more. There we go. That's better. Okay, so in terms of actually making computers now, let's get our 2 pallets in without blocking anything off. Let's set you up, I guess, to sell them. Friendly Brain IOs. Let's get ourselves, I don't know, 4 assembly benches. Start with 1 and go from there. a case, a logic circuit, a battery, 2 LED matrix. So it's certainly going to be, whenever cases wise, 2 of them to 1 of them. You're making plastic case, you make 1 per day, you guys consume 1 per day. There's a boost to assembly speed from a company goal we did. Okay, it's a lot to remember, but okay, we'll ignore that. We'll go with 1 per day. So that is correct. Then logic circuit. Again, we need 1 per day. Yep. This makes 1 per day, but it needs plastic parts and circuit boards. Plastic parts and circuit boards, which are as they are. So this is consuming 5 plastic parts and 2 circuit boards. That's half of what's there. Just remember that if it comes to upgrading everything. They don't need doing, unless they overlap with the next thing, which is 1 battery stack. We know how that goes. You are the double battery stack, you are the battery stack, and that makes 1 per day, so that's good this time around. And then 2 LED matrix, which is that one. So they need 2 per 2 days, 1 per day each, so that's 2 per day needed, which is 2 of these, or 1 of these upgraded. So that's using electronic parts and 4 circuit boards per day. This makes 5 per day. This is using 2, so it needs its own. It's a shame. The little bit that's being used over here is a little bit too much to share. What if we upgrade though? Ooh, that's interesting. So if I have 2, let's assume we're doubling everything, because it looks like we can quite easily, as long as we can sell them all. Double the assembly. Again, I should look at my money while I'm doing this, but it looks like we're out of the danger zone on that. We're making plenty of profit from calculators or whatever. Components. These are not selling. They're just not. They're going to go in the bin. I'm done with them. They're bothering me. We could use them later or whatever, but yeah. Get it tidied up. So it doesn't bother me. There we go. Very good. If we double all of that up, we can double up. There's another electronics note, another chemistry. Just move them. That's making that. And then over here we would increase this. So this will be making 2 per day, consuming 10 plastic per day, which this desk does without upgrading, and 4 circuit boards per day. This does 5. So if we upgrade this, just want to do the math here. This is doing 10 per day. This is using 4 per day. There are 6 per day available. This is taking 4 per day. This is taking 4 per day. We need more. Not many more, so we could have just that. If we put it all near to each other, should be okay. Maybe. It might be easier to upgrade it and they have their own one. We just overproduce. Yeah. There might be less logistics involved. Or, you know, whatever. So that one's fine, but we do need to double up them and that. Which is all money, but it's well invested, and money seems good. Like, whatever this is, 10, 20 minutes into the mission, there's a bit where the money looks a bit risky, a bit not great, and then you just never have to worry about it again as long as you make something. And yeah, it's weird. Okay, let's get stuff into position. So is there anything that comes in a set of 3? Yeah. You and you. That's going to block that door off, which we need to be wary of. Might not be able to do that, we'll see. Batteries are just a 2. This is a set of 3. That might go nicer there. Or a circuit or whatever it is. That all lines up nicely to be one away from that door. That's interesting. Could be helpful. Might not be. Tell you what. Let's not worry about it. If we move these electronics over to that side, or even there would do, and then bring the battery, because it's only 2 units, to here, there will be a gap for that door, which is nicer. Then want a set of 3 to make these electronics over here, and then 1 for that. Yeah, seems fine. It's quite similar to over the road, but a bit different. I mean, the cases could go there, or they could go there even. Sat behind there, that seems good. That could all go back 1. Not that it matters. Or over 1. Or it could all just stay where it is now. Might rotate that. That seems good. That seems nice. Let's get some shelving in here. We'll do for them. 1 here for these guys. 1 them and them, and then a medium shelf in case that helps anyone. And then 1 for that guy, and I think that's kind of it. A bit messy, but no big deal. Seems fine. I don't care for any decor. It's not doing anything on this mission, so people. Spider Zone can now be renamed. It's going to be Computer Production Zone. The policies we're going to add. There's no fuses involved. We don't care about safety here at the moment, but casing synergy works here. So we do that. Machines do something. Don't have any machines here. Employees are speedier but unhappy. I mean, there's no happiness on this level, so 30% faster for no penalty seems good. Unless it's going to enable happiness when I click that button. Seems like a free 30% boost on this level. And then I don't want to slow anything else down, so 10% extra speed on those things because we can. 3 logistics guys, that's what we had there. Seems good. And then we'll go here to the zone where people are not working. Fill in all the tables. There we go. Yeah, money's fine. I think we're good. Calculator. We have room to discount more, so let's progress to phase 6. We've been selling up to 13, actually up to 16 back there. Let's go to 25% discount so we can sell 16. Bit much, but there we go. We're expecting to produce nothing because I'm not purchasing in what we need. Plastic, metal, chemical, electronics. I think. Seems good. We're expecting to produce 4 every 1.3 days. Which is 22 per week, I think. So we need to discount by about 20%. We'll allow 25, that seems like a safe stab in the dark, go for it. The courier bot, we just need to kind of improve what we're doing. We need to add a safety fuse in anyway, so deal with that soon. In any case, that's 2 good sources of income, so let's start the process of tidying up. Let's get rid of everything going on here. The research, I guess, we have the points, so the research could continue. We're going to go a bit slow if there's only 1 of them, but still. I'm just going to... There's a space here in the middle of all this mess, so go over there and do it. Delete all these needless decorations. I guess the zone. We'll make new ones. Don't know what you you're up to? Oh, you're the logistics guy, you can leave. Okay, and then all this. What? How do we do this without wasting a ton of money? Oh, we stop buying, right? That's one thing to do. Because we were buying a lot of stuff there. And they can keep processing for now till they run out, I guess. Is best. And we'll try and sell off the modules that they do make in the interest of not wasting too much money, although I think we're kind of good. Courier bot can't be leveled up, that's interesting. Sure. Can we do any more business development? Might be helpful. Big shelf? I mean, without the conveyors, I don't think big shelf is that helpful. Are any of these policies any good? This is components are better but other things are worse. Modules are better, other things are worse. I don't work like that. All your employees that are active in production or research use the same table. Plus 20% on a speed modifier. Don't know what it means by speed modifier, how that differs from 20% bonus, I don't know. But if everyone's using the same type of table, it's an interesting way of doing it. But not the way I generally work. Spacious layout, also not the way I generally work. The welding table will let us make a bunch of metal stuff that might be relevant. We might need the welding table for later objectives, so I think we'll just unlock that now. We had the points to do that. Let's have the points for analysis desk 2, which I don't think matters, although it does unlock faster research and analysis at the cost of money. That's kind of good. We'll head down that left route. Just to have it, I guess. Seems fine. Seems good, even. Research-wise, it's just going to tick along very, very slowly for a long time. Is it? Yeah, good. Okay, that's fine for now until we rebuild things. People are starting to complain about being missing things. Although there are still bits to move around. Interesting. Still metal over here to be done, but they're not taking the finished bits away. Don't know why not. I guess this side still have them. Interesting. Getting to the point where I think we should be firing and deleting stuff. I don't know. They're moving. They're doing something. It's best to turn it into a robot and sell the robot, I guess, for money. If it matters. I don't think it matters at this point. We've got 375,000. Why don't we just clear out and be done with it? Rid of all these pretty things that make people happy. You don't want any of that around here. And then... who knows? Start firing people. Can I do that in a quick way as well? If we go to module zone and fire you all, you'll gradually disappear. Heavy metal zone. Get rid of you. Delivery zone. Goodbye. Computer production zone, you stay. Calculator production zone, you stay. Assembly and miscellaneous courier people, you all go. Courier routes are no longer relevant. Goodbye. Desks we could probably reuse, and this is not efficient, but we've got almost 500,000 now from, so who cares? That's fine, that one's empty, get rid of that. Get rid of that, and then these shelves are going to fill my inventory up, but we'll deal with that. Okay, so anything, just clear all the rules out. Anything that's not a base material goes in, and base materials come out. They go in the bin because I can't be bothered fiddling around with them. Making a mess with them is what usually happens. A lot of that can be put in there. Start adding rules and getting things sold. So that's compound sundries to sell, plastic parts to sell. What else we got? Some rods in there. Sell them. Anything else? Yep, little screws, metal sundries. Rid of them. Some mechanical components. Can't add that for whatever reason. Just let that get sold and deal with it. Let's get them thrown in the bin. And then can I pick all the rest of it up? Nope. Still too much. Well, they're going in the bin then. Goodbye. That gets that done. That's all going in the bin. We got a thingy done. Company goal. Yeah, nice. Money from pocket computers. Great. We're not going to get enough calculators done though. I think... No, I felt like we were making enough. Maybe we're not selling enough. Not allowed to sell. No, we're under the amount now. We're not making enough. Okay, we need to increase... if we're going to produce 200 calculators in a quarter, we need to increase the production speed somehow without much space to work in. I don't think that's actually going to happen, but we'll see. Do we have programmable circuits in our computers? No, we have a logic circuit, so that isn't going to happen unless we change our design later, but I don't think we really have space to be doing so. Unless we make fewer... making money with computers is possible, so we'll put that one in, but unlikely. That can go, and zone-wise, let's, like I say, erase everything and start again. Except for the tiny bit we can't, okay. Clear out those rules, put this junk in. What have we got? We got rods, sell 2 stacks of rods. We got metal sundries, sell 2 stacks of them. Got gears, sell a stack of that. Compound sundries, sell a stack of that. Some kind of battery thing, 2 stacks of them. That's cleared a bunch out. And let's throw the rest in the bin because I don't want to wait a week. Good. Delete that. Go back to the zone. Let's just erase that and add a new zone. There's that building. There's that building. Okay. That's not a great colour. Make it different to the other one. Nice. Everything cleared out. We are in a good position to start producing courier bots with safety fuses installed, but that will be a job for the next stream, as we're just over 4 hours in. It's about time to wrap up. Let's force a save in, just make sure it happens. And as I say, wrap things up. We got a good position on this level. We've made good progress. We're making money from these things on the side and leave them to it while we progress the objectives in the next session, as I say. And yeah, we finished a whole other mission earlier today. Bit of a confusing one. I think we got ahead of ourselves a bit due to poor design of the game and its progression. But there you go. It's good progress nevertheless.